You never been to prison?
Thankfully, no. Yeah.
Well, there's a tip.
I don't know all the links.
Oh, Farmer West out here with this moo, motherfucker. That calf is gonna raise up strong as shit. Well, I'll tell you what, the cow level is real, Dan.
Yeah. Is there a cow level in Diablo 4?
A cow, there isn't. There's
What
not
the fuck?
Oh, what?
There's no goddamn cow level.
They'll add it. They'll add it.
Ride him, cowpoke.
Ride on them titties, boy.
Look what they're doing to the cow, bro.
North, south, east, and west. Sun set on the west.
You're telling me they're serving this to us at the grocery store?
That's so good.
Zach, standing ovation.
Yes, it's true. That's the Christian Boys Club. Big Nick is gonna be sucking them titties, and finally, Big Nick's gonna be like a full-grown adult by the
Holy
time he finished suckling them titties, right, Dan?
No. What?
What? Because it's super nutritious.
I get it. I get it.
Don't you think, or no?
He's a
This
full-grown
is
man.
the milk that we're drinking.
Let me get on them titties. You got a nipple going spare or what, Wes? Bitch ass. Do something. I'm serious, do something.
No, he's not serious. He's just joking around. Wes.
So, yeah.
But you should
the
come on
last
and
person
debate.
who was in jail who you did this to, he came to do something.
Yeah.
Who, Kobe?
Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe.
Cody?
Yeah,
Cody.
Okay, but Cody's like my dog now.
Cody.
You
We
love
understand that,
Cody.
right?
Well, then are you gonna become dogs with Wes?
If Wes fucking, yeah, I mean, it could happen. You never know. But me and Cody are like legitimately dogs.
Yeah.
Last
Okay.
time I was on Jeff's show, Cody went downstairs and got me pure love. I said, you don't have to do that. He went downstairs to the bodega and got my ass a Coke Zero.
He did.
Are you playing the long game? Is this so you could all have a bunch of like buff ass friends around you at all times?
Well, I'm not
Bradley
going to say
Martin.
no if Cody wants to hang out at my house. But no, I have mad respect for Cody, actually. I think he's a good dude.
Yeah, he's
I've
a man.
totally come around to Cody. He's a solid dude, man.
Yeah.
Really, he is. He actually,
on.
he came out and he made a public statement about how he was sexually abused as a child
Yeah.
by two men, he said. And he's like, I'm opening up as part of my journey.
That's
and
beautiful.
to inspire other men to know that, you know, it's okay, it's not your fault. And I was like, this is a real man.
Wow.
King shit.
Cody is a real fucking man, dude.
Saucy.
We love Cody.
Mad
we support
love.
Cody.
Mad love, bro. And he's like Johnny Ozempic. Johnny Apple's Ozempic. That dude's out there sharing it around, bro. You know what I mean? He's doing good shit. Mad love.
Well, I'm glad.
Why do you think I don't
Come
say?
around.
Nah, he's cool. I really do like Cody. I hope you see this, Cody. We dogs forever.
Your bitch little low-life name. None of you fucks names will ever come out of my mouth.
You think Wes has a monster tattoo on him somewhere?
On his dick.
Monster like the energy drink?
Yeah. What happened to Jesus, pal?
Yeah. Seen better days.
Goes to the gym too.
Jesus is gonna want you to laser that. Who's gonna want to become a Christian after seeing all that? I seen Jesus's on burnt toast look better than that.
Come on right now in the name of Jesus.
True, actually.
Dumbass.
Because you ain't getting no clout. And when you guys say my name, you get all the clout. What is the matter with all you people? Oh, wait. It's not that many people. Okay. It's one or two or three people that got yelled at by me and punked like a bitch.
Call in. Call in. I'm begging you. Check your email, Wes. Talk me straight. You know what I mean?
No.
I'm sorry?
Talk me straight.
Talk to me
I don't know
straight.
what that means.
You know, talk to me. Bring it.
I got
Tell me
like-
what it means to be a man.
We got like 15% of that.
Talk to me. Come. Let's do it.
Talk
Wes.
to me straight.
Cock me straight, titty boy. Let me fuck them titties,
Didn't say
Wes.
nothing back.
Bring them
And then
titties over here. I'm about
they
to give you a
decided
tit
to
shot.
be a Wes hater and make a bot
No, I mean that with all love and respect.
then yelled at by me.
Those are well droopy swingers though, bro. I would definitely take those to the gymnasium.
I just want to point out that he's saying that people are buying these hate comments. They're not real. There's like 3 people who said who are
That's the
buying.
Kavanaugh defense.
Right.
Bro, bring them titties over here. I'll swing on them like the monkey bars.
I was probably getting 20 to 30,000 death threats a day.
Ah, my man.
And punked like a bitch, didn't say nothing back, and then they decided to be a West hater.
I'm here.
And make bot pages. They go comment to those. Those are real accounts. If you think those are men, hey, keep following. You're gonna make it very easy for people like me and my people to thrive. Because if you guys are our competition, damn, let's go.
Call me.
GP coming in.
GP coming at you. Is he called GP because he lives outside of a youngster's house and has sex with young girls? GP.
I don't know if that's why.
Penitentiary life. He's really riding that ex-con thing.
Right. Yeah. It's his angle.
We'll see.
You know.
GP's
Let's see how much he's about it.
Come here. Let's see who ends up in the penitentiary.
Drop point set.
I'll do 30 to life after I'm done with you.
I'm taking fire.
Wes.
Yeah.
Wes the Weasel. I don't know. I'm going so hard on poor Wes. He really, you know, I got to give him a break because he's obviously very sensitive.
Sure, that'll make it better.
Whoa.
Golly, look at that cow. Jealous of that cow, man. That's a pasture-raised cow right there. Grass-fed, boy.
Oh yeah, boy.
That's humane raised, certified organic, boy. Although this guy's probably got enough steroids in him to make this unorganic.
Switching back. By a horse.
We would need a disclaimer. That cow is fucking yacked up on steroids more than goddamn
JRH in
Liver King.
Yeah. 3% milk.
2% fat, 1% steroids.
Yeah.
just the right height. No bucket is required.
I'm going a little hard on poor Wes. I know he's sensitive.
I'm just saying, if he was an Elden Ring boss, I'm aiming for his tits.
That's his weak spot.
Yeah.
The enemy is gaining ground.
Oh, he's got a bunch of comments? Oh no, poor Wes. I feel bad for him now. Let's see. Never apologize for being a real man around lazy, weak, titty-having losers. If anyone were to walk in the footsteps of these women, masquerading as men, their lives would be fucked. I love how he goes, yeah, he uses women as an insult. Like, bro, are you trying to get laid?
Right.
What a clown is the top comment. How to destroy your channel. Yeah. Dudes like this bulk up to hide how small they are. I'm only here to read the negative comments before Wes deletes them. How does this guy deal with this level of humiliation? I feel like this guy's been hitting him pretty hard.
Reloading.
What happened that caused the initial humiliation? Like, what was it over?
Got in a fight with this dude on stage at this Christian Fit Alpha conference.
Okay.
And he was going on and on about how, like, money is so important and muscles are so important. And another dude was like, listen, I'm a Christian and I don't care about money. I don't care about materialism. I don't think that's what makes a good person. And he got super defensive. And they got into this huge altercation where he ended up looking like a giant, and rightfully so, just a giant, shallow douchebag. And he's been coping hard. Just putting out videos like this, talking about how voluptuous his cities are. Victoria's Secret, we just found your new model. Let's get them angel wings on him. I'm only here with, you have 2 little girls in the house? Wait, for real? He has kids? Oh, God, why do people like this have girls involved?
Seriously, why does that always happen?
Oh, fuck. Like, Andrew Tate has girls.
Yeah.
It's just,
Kids love Joe Rogan has girls.
there's some kind of cosmic... There's some kind of cosmic, I don't want to say justice, but there's some kind of cosmic narrative going around where I feel like the people that, like, will get the most fucked up from having a daughter gets a daughter. You know? I feel like that happens without fail every time. Wes is the type of dude to have 10 girls.
Sadly, they didn't seem to soften him.
I think that one on the right is better.
This one?
Yeah. That one is more Christ-like. You know what I mean?
It's a good comparison, though.
This dude was cool when he first got out of GP, but his insecurity issues are top notch. All he cares about is money and looks. Someone needs to re-humble him. I'll be that. I'll be your Huckleberry.
GP coming at you.
Came to the comments because I hooped Oreos. I don't know what that means. Who tells everyone to pull up because he has security? Oh, he has security? That's awesome. I can tell by the way the dude moves, he cannot fight. How delusional to double down, and it's bullshit too, and think it's bots attacking him. You can tell by how a dude moves if he can fight. So people are probably scared of me.
Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah.
I knew it.
Some of those, I don't know what they're saying, but some of those jack dudes don't seem very mobile. I'm guessing that's what they're talking about. They look like they like clap like dinosaurs with their hands.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He looks like if Mr. Clean started doing crystal meth.
Right.
Or if a chief had a white power model. Chief had a white power model. Interesting.
I like the comment that says, I think he got a bunch of bots for all the supportive comments.
I don't see a single supportive comment.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying.
What happened to you, Wes? What happened to the man that ran walking the yard? I recall you repeatedly saying, if a man is right, his world will be right. Meanwhile, your world is filled with endless drama with women, and now this. What happened to you? True. They're raising their own kids. You're raising two that aren't yours. You have, oh shit. You have leftovers? Jesus. Ruthless. Anyway, Wes, I'd love to talk to you. Here he is with the t-shirt on. He looks good. I don't mind it.
You been like smoothed out or something? Was he like face tan?
He looks nice. His face looks nice. He's got a nice. Everything's looking nice.
Yeah, he seems approachable there. Yeah.
I could play Django with him. Listen, what is it? It's 3:40. I mean, what more is there to say?
What more is there to say? I got a ton of super chats.
Go ahead.
Wanna round out the week that way with some of our lovely fans. Let's see. Let's take it to the top. We got a little bit of time. Hannah we know?
Anna Titer.
The Hannah we know?
That's how rodeo bowls are made. That's what they commented.
What's that mean?
I'm assuming that the cow that was being milked by the steroided out guy. I think they were making a joke that that's how you get those big angry bulls.
Oh, I see.
Powers them up. I got you, Hannah.
I wasn't sure if he meant that his nuts are in like a chastity lock or something.
But they do that as well, don't they? Yeah.
He'd have his nuts tied up in a heart-shaped chastity belt.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm the only one with the key, by the way, if you're wondering.
I wasn't wondering.
There is only one key to open the device.
Exactly.
Okay, anyways, Becca, $10. My stepbrother has an entire tattoo sleeve of just Monster logos. Like multiple?
How many Monster logos are there?
Oh my God.
Oh, Becca.
Did she
email
say
me a
her
picture of
brother?
that. My stepbrother has an entire
thank God
tattoo
he's
sleeve
step.
of just Monster logos.
Thank God he's not related to you.
I need a picture of that, please. Please show that.
Actually, I do too.
We'll show that on the show.
Monster energy drink.
Andrew, heard Dan talk about King Gizzard a few times, so I gave him a listen, and they've quickly become one of my favorite bands. Thanks, Dan. You're welcome.
There you go, Dan.
You're welcome. Joel Rodriguez. Hey, family. I just signed a contract for my first big boy place, and I'll be moving in on my very own for the first time this weekend. Shout out. Good luck. Hope it goes smooth. Hope you got some people you were able to
Good
rope
for you,
into
man.
helping.
Good for you.
Let's see. Metro Fetus said, AB, have you heard the new Eminem song? Thoughts? Obi Trice, real name No Gimmicks, rap I live it.
I heard it was good. I haven't listened to it.
I was once invented.
Ian, have you heard the new Eminem song?
Yeah, we listened before the show.
I heard it's good. Do you like it?
I don't know.
He's old.
I said earlier, it's just him being like, guys, remember when I did this and it was cool? Hey.
He's old.
Yeah, it's very like a callback to his glory days. He's trying to bring back the feeling.
Nobody wants that.
He sampled Abracadabra by the Steve Miller Band.
I don't know. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Shout out Eminem. Melt in
What
your
about
mouth, not in
AB?
your
It was
hand.
specifically for AB. Did you?
I'm sorry, I just got back from the bathroom. The new Eminem song?
Yeah.
I haven't listened to it yet. I wanted to listen to it. I will after the show.
Are you an Eminem fan?
I don't know. Yeah, to a degree. I am.
You're a white boy from Michigan.
Yeah.
That's him, right?
I think, yeah. But
You have a lot
I think
in common.
people who are not from Michigan.
Wait,
think
you're not a
that-
white boy. You're what am I saying?
He's a white boy.
This summer I am.
You're a white passing boy.
Yeah, he's a white passing boy.
But
It is white boy summer.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like everyone who's not from Michigan thinks everyone in Michigan loves Eminem more than we do. Like,
You don't. It's not like, oh, I'm from Michigan. I fuck with Eminem
Yeah.
till death.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I like him, but a lot of my friends don't. They think he's cheesy.
Mom spaghetti.
Needs
Yeah,
wheat.
he's weak. Arms are heavy.
Yeah.
They make us learn it before we leave.
Like the national anthem.
I'm seeing some funny usages of the high girly hands.
Yeah.
I love.
It's great.
What else we got, Dan?
Brandon, Jesus is looking chunky on his arm from a big boy. That was sent before we noticed just how bad it looked. But thank you for pointing that out. And I agree. He's looking pretty chunky. Here's another one. Devin, why is no one talking about his stretched potato-looking Jesus tattoo? Well, again,
we talked about
we got there. Thank you, though.
That length.
Yarrow donated 20 Canadian dollars. I just want to say thank you, Ela. I'm trans and I basically resigned myself to never wearing dresses, but then I got the bouquet dress and I actually look good in it. It flipped the switch in my brain and now I love dresses.
Wow. That's cool.
That's wholesome. Shout out to
Fresh is so-
Yarrow.
It makes me feel so feminine and beautiful.
Feel beautiful.
That dress
You
is super
are
easy to
beautiful.
wear. That's so sweet that it helps you in that way.
Beautiful.
Joe donated $10 and said, I'm seeing Stevie Nicks in 2 weeks, crying emoji. Well, that's going to be a hell of a show. Congrats. Thanks for letting us know. I know, because the Fleetwood Mac album was on that list, right? Is that
rumors.
trying to like reverse engineer the relevance of some of the. Ciara said Taco Bell is made of bushmeat.
That's good.
That's interesting.
Nice.
Nothing.
Shout out
nothing
Sarah.
wrong.
Okay, well, that would explain the low price.
Love your song.
around some meat.
I don't mind a good bush meat.
Hell no, brother.
Side of COVID.
Let's see.
Like lead, COVID makes it taste better.
Amazing.
Amazing.
It's Jax said AB spirit animal is the chicken from Moana.
Huh?
Are y'all familiar with that character?
Did you just call AB a chicken head?
A cross. Did you just call me a cross-eyed chicken?
Moana.
Ian, what do you call that? There's a name in hip hop where they say it's a girl who gives head to everyone. A chicken head?
Yeah.
What?
There's a name for a girl who gives head to everybody.
Let me see.
It's called chicken head, I think.
Never heard of that.
I'm pretty sure that's a thing. I remember learning about it, and Biggie Smalls used to use that a lot.
Is a queen.
You've come a long way
Yeah.
since we showed
Yeah,
you
chicken head.
Chicken head.
genius annotations. You
Listen, the only genius here is my natural, beautiful mind.
We love chicken heads.
I'll fuck with a chicken head.
Every day of my life.
Somebody got to do it.
Everybody's doing it.
All right.
If it's
moving
not
on.
West, it's gonna be me.
Moving on. Conrad said, shout out to my amazing wife, Emily. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Emily. From Conrad. And shout out to Nate from a fellow Nate. Nate, support Nate, regardless of past crimes. Well,
Ours is a felon, so that's important.
it's okay, Nate. Love Nate. All satire. Nate hasn't committed major crimes. Oh, I think he is a Nate after all. Okay, got it. Well, thank you, Nate. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, that's the line.
a
Thank you, love. What's the song? Biggie has this lyric. He goes,
Unbelievable.
"Bastards ducking when B.I.B. be bucking, chicken heads be clucking, in my back room fucking. It ain't nothing." Is that Big Papa?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's unbelievable vibe. But I can't see the.
I love Biggie Smalls. Chicken heads be clucking.
I hate that so many Biggie songs have Diddy in it now.
I know. They do. Well, he produced most of them.
Yeah.
If he's not outright in them.
All right, Sarah, crew activities are the best episodes. Love ya, girlies. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. Sorry again about the mic situation. We'll have to straighten that out for next time. It was a critical error on my part because we didn't have enough mics, so we overnighted some, and the only ones that could come that quickly were pretty cheap, so they were very noisy like that. And I was like, well, we'll put them on stands and we'll just say, don't touch them. But then you get a room full of high people who cannot stop themselves from fucking touching them. Anyways, lesson learned. Sawyer, win. That's gotta be about George Janko and homosexuality is a sin thing. It's a win. Claire said, please do another game of normal Among Us / Mafia at some point. I would watch that for hours.
Normal?
Well, the game is fun and I'm sure it would be fun to do, but Ian came out with this interesting angle for it. We like to do crossovers like that. Rachel, my friend's band, Split View, just debuted their first single, Cherish, this week, available wherever you listen. That is a very formal plug. Oh, there was more. So excited and proud of these boys. Heart. Okay. That made it less formal. It felt very like advertising. Hey fam, great show today. Due to recent combos regarding mobile games on the show, I just want to say y'all should try out Squad Busters. Peace and love. Why are you doing that to us, Jamie? Why are you doing that to these poor people?
I don't have time for another one.
Exactly. It's my 26th birthday tomorrow. This is from P-Brain 420. Gang, rise up. Can I get a happy birthday girly from anyone on the crew?
Girly.
Not just anyone. Birthday girly.
Birthday girly.
Not just anyone. Sending lots of love from Texas. By the way, Hila, love your sweater.
Thank you.
Love it too. It's on the website.
Check this out. If you like that sweater, go ahead.
Clicking the mouse.
Click the link that should have just popped up right here on the screen. Whoa. If I time that right, that'll be so sick.
And Papa's in the house.
So
I'll let you know. Close enough.
I am ready to salute, my friend.
Okay, just a few more birthdays. Let me make sure I hit the birthdays. It's my 26th birthday. Wait, I just read that one. Another birthday. Got it.
Happy birthday.
Cheers to Ian for trying to herd a bunch of cats. Yes, Ian. Admirable job.
Cheers, my
Thank you.
Larissa donated a bunch of money complaining about the microphones.
Really? Was it bad?
Repeatedly in a row. So thank you, Larissa, and apologies again. All right, any more birthdays? Wishing happy birthday. No, I thought this was happy birthday. They are wishing Zach a happy trip to Zimbabwe.
Shout out, dude.
Thank you, latest man, for that wonderful gift. It was my 21st on Wednesday. I swear to God, Zach, please hit me with it. This is for Javen. 21.
21. Fuck you.
There you go. And I have the hiccups. It's their 23rd birthday. I feel like an old hag. Give me a break. 23. Get real. Shut up. Get real. Shut up.
I'm 38. You know what that feels like?
23 is a great age.
38 going on 43.
Happy birthday.
I just want to give a quick birthday shout out to Ian. He's turning his birthday tomorrow.
What's your birthday, Ian? What number?
I'm turning 30.
Whoa! Ian, I gotta say, when you came to us,
Huge.
you were a young buccarino. 22? What must you been? 23?
Around there, yeah.
And now look at you. You're 30 fucking years old. A man.
Damn.
30 is a huge accomplishment. Beautiful.
I did it. You survived. You survived.
And frankly, let me say this. Like the desert lotus, you bloomed. That's a rare card in Magic the Gathering, right? The Black Lotus.
Wow. That's like the rarest card.
You're like a Black Lotus, Ian. You have bloomed into this amazing
You can be
creative
for any color of mana.
Oh my God.
And I have to say, I'm very proud of you and everything that you've achieved, everything that you've.
Me too.
Me three.
You're PSA 10, and you're worth $3 million.
Man, you're a 1 of 1, dude.
What would I be in Survivor IO? What power up?
Charizard.
This is important.
Probably you'd be the power up that gives you longer distance shots.
Okay. That sounds useful.
It is. It's one of my favorites.
It's everything in a game.
It's all right. It's reliable. It's a reliable power.
Cool.
It's good for farming kills.
Well, it's very kind.
It's one of my faves.
That means a lot. Thank you.
Are Ethan and you the same age?
I can see that he's fading fast here. Arwa, hey H3, my favorite podcast ever. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday. And
Don't let the sun go down on me.
Hey, $50 for A Girly for her 26th birthday. She's hoping we all have a good weekend. Tess, your queen. Thank you. Amanda donated 20. Today is my little sister Miranda's 19th birthday. It's been a hard year for her family, and the show has been a good distraction for us both. Can she get a hey girly from anyone willing?
Hello, girly.
We're always willing and able. Happy birthday.
Don't let the sun go down on me.
Yeah.
Although I search myself, it's always someone else I see. I just allow a fragment of your life to wander free. But losing everything is like the sun going down on me. Wrap it up, Dan.
Can I get a birthday shout out for my sister Chloe, who turns 24 tomorrow? She introduced me to you guys in 2020. Been watching ever since.
Oh, I can't find the right romantic line. But see me once and see the way I feel.
Squid Essential.
Don't discard me.
It's my 27th birthday.
Just because you think I mean you harm, no.
All I want for my birthday is for Zach to not play the Aiden Ross soundbite. Make my dreams come true, please. All right?
You got it.
I want love, but it's impossible.
And a 21st birthday shout out for my special friend
A
Hannah.
man like
Hannah,
me, so irresponsible.
He loves the podcast.
A man like me is dead in places that other men feel liberated. And I can love shot full of holes.
Got the lyrics.
I don't feel nothing. I just feel cold. I don't feel nothing.
Okay, it's my birthday this weekend, and I'm graduating from my master's program. I want to express my gratitude for the show for being there on the hardest days, and I would love a hey girly from anyone willing. Everybody keeps saying from anyone willing. We're willing. We're willing, girl.
I want love, won't break me down, won't break me up.
That's from Ksenia Anna.
I want to love. Don't mean a thing. That's the love I want.
Hey fam, it's my birthday on Tuesday. Yes, Teddy and I share a birthday. Hee hee. Would love a hey girl from anyone consenting. Anyone consenting. Anyone consent to a hey girl with Hannah? Another Hannah? The Hannah we know? The Hannah we know?
Hannah, we know?
Too much
baggage.
Carmen Flores said, my birthday is Sunday, and my present to myself was a ticket to the live show. So excited, Papa bless. Can I get a birthday hey girly? Carmen. Olivia. Carmen. It's Carmen's birthday.
Happy birthday!
Carmen.
So bring it on. I've been bruised.
Okay, that's it. I think that was all the
Have a
birthdays.
great
If I missed any, genuinely apologize. Two-speed at the very end. Happy birthday, Ian. My birthday's tomorrow too, buddy. I'll be 37. Happy 37, two-speed. I'll be 37 in a couple months, so I know the feeling. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for joining us this week. We'll be back next week with another packed week of exciting episodes here on the H3 show. Take it away, Nate. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
This is a disaster, bro. He took like he took the drug that makes you answer every question, honestly, in a way that makes him and his client look worse somehow.
I'm taking fire.
Thank you for being here. Why do you think the jury found Donald Trump guilty on all counts?
That's my lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail. That's my lawyer, dog. I don't know. Strong start, Todd. Strong start, Todd.
The jury.
Let's run it back.
Todd,
Let's
thank
run
you
it
for
back.
being here. Why do you think the jury found Donald Trump guilty on all counts?
I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I think
Is it, Todd? Is that a good question, Todd? Todd, you suck, dog. 34? Bro, you had a perfect defeat. That's crazy, man. You had a perfect defeat. He's out here doing impossible things. 0 for 34, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. I want to do more the basketball analogies. You know what I mean? It's just like, you got swept, son. You got swept. What happened?
understanding why a jury reaches a verdict is something that every single trial lawyer in the country would love to be able to answer honestly. Look, a lot goes into a jury verdict that doesn't even include what happened at the trial. You know, the decisions that are made before the trial, the decisions that the court makes and that the parties decide about what witnesses to call, what evidence to put in. You know, so I think that at the end of the day, it remains true that if the word of Michael Cohen was not accepted at all, then we could not have convicted.
Bro, that shit was so stupid. Like, you have to do that, right? And I get it. For Donald Trump, he's not the best client because he's incredibly incompetent in doing crimes because he's kind of failed upwards always, right? So he is, in many respects, one of the worst clients to try to get off because, like, he's constantly going around pulling at Israel and being like, I did that shit. I love doing that shit. I'm going to do more of that shit, you know. Also, the judge is anti-Semitic, okay? If this is the Israel analogy, you know, he's just doing that all the time. He's like, no, I did that shit and I love doing it. Suck my dick. So it's hard. It's hard to defend Donald Trump. Having said that, okay, this is like the guy that's testifying already served a sentence for the crimes that he was directed to do by the guy who's being prosecuted in this situation. So your client, you can't just be like, how are you going to trust this guy? I mean, he's a liar. He's a perjurer. He lies all the time. Excuse me. It's like, yeah, bro, that's what happens when you're doing criminal conspiracy, okay? And I made an analogy earlier, last week, where it's like, if you have a mob boss sitting at a trial and you have a hitman that is already serving a prison sentence, you can't just turn around and be like, Your Honor, how can you trust this guy? He kills people. It's like, yeah, for him, for your client. He's killing people for you, for your mans. Of course. Wow, how can this guy be considered credible? I mean, he's killed people. Oh man, this is the whole point, dude. That's why your client is currently being prosecuted. Like, what are we talking about?
President Trump and the jury convicted. So at the end of the day, they looked past what we thought were.
Chapo take, yeah, dude. I had this take for a couple months now. Suck my dick, Chapo. I didn't watch the latest episode yet.
With fatal flaws in Mr. Cohen's story and his past, and they reached a guilty verdict.
Right, but it wasn't just the word of Michael Cohen. I mean, there was other evidence in this case, the documents. They wanted to rehear David Pecker's testimony. I mean, they took all of that into consideration.
Sure. No, look, of course the jury will take everything into consideration. They were very serious. Look, this jury showed up on time every day. They were very focused on the evidence and on the...
I understand being cynical about Trump actually going to prison, but didn't go to prison for literally the same shit. What legal reasoning would the judge have for not giving Trump prison time? Because it's Trump. He's a former president. All of the things that I just described to you are the reasons why it would be so nutty. It would be insane. It would be awesome, but that would be crazy for him to actually get a jail sentence for it.
And on the testimony that came in, and there was a lot, but look, at the end of the day, it was still a case in our view, as we've been saying.
Yeah, also Cohen was brought up on more serious federal charges as opposed to Trump being brought up on the lowest class felony, class E for state felonies. Yeah, and even you said it 24 hours before Chapo, and yours was funnier. Normally I don't support you in chatter squabbles, but you did good. Thank you, Motorface, for defending me against my friends at Chapo Trap House, who are very funny, who I listen to all the time as well. Probably worse would be he'd lose the election and they make him do some form of house arrest. My coworker, who's such a smarmy lib, is extra unbearable today, but today I can't, but I also can't blame him. Yes. This is their moment, dude. Come on. Libs have a moment today. Libs have a moment. They are right. I am wrong. Okay, I've downplayed it because I didn't think that 34 out of 34 W's was going to be posterized. Okay, and also the Republicans are so mad. It makes me so happy. It gives me so much joy to see conservatives crying, being like, our democracy gone. Where is the law and order? This is a banana republic. Like, it's just dope, dude. It's dope. I don't know. Clearly, this shit is political, though. They can't attack Trump on policy because they kept all of his horrific policies, but he's powerful because people hate people like him, hateful people like him, and non-hateful people who don't like the Dems. But nearly every president has done crimes and bribes. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Fair. I hope they try to arrest Brandon. That'd be sick. This was my favorite tweet out of all the hogs. War. Bro, you are going to war with your hairline. What the f do you mean war? It's crazy, man. Apologize to Alvin Bragg. Yeah, I saw this tweet and I agree with it unconditionally. Alvin Bragg apology form. Reason for behavior. Check. The media convinced his case was weak. I don't watch actual trials. I don't know legal ball like that. Mercury was in Gatorade. I was jealous of Alvin. I miss Robert Mueller. I will hereby respect Alvin Bragg, and I will not talk down on the future first ballot Hall of Famer. Okay? I owe you an apology. I wasn't really familiar with your game. To be fair, I don't have to make this apology because I have been an Alvin Bragg defender. Okay? I don't necessarily, because like I was a defender of Alvin Bragg. I just didn't, I just thought that this is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, which it kind of is. But like ultimately it's fun for the time being because it makes conservatives very mad. Everything that you guys have said, like everything that one chatter said personally about like, oh, all presidents are criminals. This is political. Yeah, so what, dude? It's great. Who cares? Is Jeff Tiedrick okay? Did he nut to death? Yes. He was warned. Real Donald Trump, we're coming. Watch out. Bionicle Army took his ass out, dude. He was first. He was the shit. Then Jack Smith seemed promising, and I kind of forgot about Alvin, but he was working. Yeah, he was cooking some shit up, dude. He was cooking some shit up on the sidelines. Again, white supremacy in display, okay? The black man is working hard, and everybody sees a white dude, and they're like, ooh, that's my guy. That's our real savior. Turns out, it's the black man all along, okay? It's white supremacy. It's the implicit, it's the biases that we have in our hearts that we don't even recognize. That's what caused everybody to undermine him. Okay. Oh, your case is weak. Turns out it's not so weak, is it? Okay. Let's continue.
And for a year that relied on testimony of conversations and interactions that took place 7, 8, 9 years ago, and certainly documents what were.
Didn't realize Alvin Bragg was black. Wait, really? You didn't realize when Donald Trump was calling him like a savage or an animal or many different like dehumanizing things? Both him and also Fannie Willis too, who was also black, a thug, kept calling him a thug And also an anti-white racist. Also, that chatter basically revealed that he didn't watch The Walking Dead, my Walking Dead gameplay, which was very political, by the way, because AJ is a prominent character. Alvin Bragg Jr. is a very prominent character in the game.
Were part of the case, but the documents, the 34 counts were documents that really had very little connection to President Trump, but for the checks, the few checks that he signed. Look, I very much believe that the jury...
Dude, what is this argument, dude? What is this argument? He's still going off with this shit. It's like, yeah, dude, Michael Cohen just personally wanted to pay Stormy Daniels. Like what could it have been? Why did he do that? Especially after they had many conversations that pertain to Michael Cohen operating as a fixer for Donald Trump, specifically in the Stormy Daniels hush money situation. Why could he have done that? Like, what other reason could there be? Okay, no one watches your gameplay. That's wrong, little bro. Actually, my Walking Dead gameplay was widely celebrated, so you're wrong on that front.
That the jury should have found President Trump not guilty. I mean, in my soul, I believe that, and I believed it for a year. I mean, I left my job to do what I did the past 6 weeks, and
damn, son, he left his job to work for a dude who's not gonna pay him, famously doesn't pay, and also on top of that, the entire world knows you as a loser. 34 L's, dude. Posterized. Alvin Bragg put his nuts on your forehead, dude. What happened? What happened? Damn, son, imagine 0 for 34. I left my job. I'm not even gonna get paid by my client. Woo! That just sucks, son. That is terrible.
My conviction around what happened today and what I believe the facts show, it remains the same.
I know you disagree with the outcome, obviously, but do you accept that he did have his day in court and it was a jury of his peers that made this decision?
No, not at all.
Why not?
No, I mean, look, I think, and this is nothing that we haven't said repeatedly, we were indicted for...
We should pour one out for the real GOAT, okay? Thank you, Hassan Azabai, for sending me this. Taco Penis! Hey, how you fucking doing? He would have won. He would have at least gotten a couple of those off, dude. There's no way Taco Penis goes 0 for 34. Okay? My GOAT. Alina Habba. Taco Penis. He had an all-star squad, dude. What happened? Yes, his name is Taco Penis. Joey Taco Penis. Also, who is this guy in the back? Sorry for zooming in on his face, but like there's this going on over here. I love this photo because he's like, hey, he's like, you can tell he's going, hey, my name is Joey Taco Penis. How you doing? Hey, how you doing? I'm walking here. I'm doing that attorney shit. I'm lawyering here. How you fucking doing? Oh, yeah.
For conduct that happened in 2015, 16, 17, in a jurisdiction that it was very hard for us to get a fair trial, Caitlin. I mean, and I know the district attorney has repeatedly said it today, this is a bread and butter case. We do this all the time. That is not true. It's just not true. It may be that they bring these types of charges regularly, business records charges, but you cannot find another case in the Manhattan District Attorney's, in the history of that office, where they did what they did here, which is charge somebody for conduct that was 7, 8 years old, somebody's personal records, right? Not corporate records, it's personal records. So this is not, I don't think, I think it's naive to say that this is like any other case that we do. What we did in this case is what we do all the time. No. And maybe it's okay. I mean, they think it's okay they did it.
Because I think the response to that would be, well, it's also not every day that someone running for president reimburses his attorney who paid off a woman to keep her silent. And you know, when you say about getting a fair jury, this is where Donald Trump, I mean, you know New York well, this is where Donald Trump chose to have his businesses and spent decades of his life until just recently. I mean, that's why the case was here. I think some people would say, well, that's ridiculous that a jury couldn't put their beliefs aside, you just talked about how hard they worked in this case. Don't you think that they put their political beliefs or biases or stereotypes aside to make a fair decision here?
I don't know what they did or didn't do, but listen, Caitlin, it matters, right? Like when 100, we did it in groups of about 100 when we picked that jury. Half the jury just walked out when invited to by the judge if they couldn't be fair and impartial. So imagine if you're standing before a group of your peers, right? That's what a jury system is supposed to be. So you're standing for a group of your peers, and half of them walk out before a single question is asked, just because they have an opinion of you that is so strong they can't be fair and impartial.
But these 12, to be fair, did not.
Well, they did not, of course, but no, but that's not really the point. The point isn't that.
The point is, what if they did?
That 50 stayed. The point is that it's telling how many just walked out. And also the fact that President Trump did business in New York, that's not the law. The law doesn't...
What do you mean, dude? What the... Bro, you can't even lawyer your way out of jury. You can't even lawyer your way out of this. You can't even lawyer your way out of a Caitlin Collins question. Like, what do you mean? Of course, plenty of people are going to be biased in either direction, mind you, against the former president. It's actually impossible to try Trump because some people have opinions about him, apparently. Yeah, I mean, law tip, jurors cannot walk out without being dismissed by the judge or by court officials. No, he's talking about when they're selecting a jury. He's saying, like, it's shocking how many people had a strong enough opinion that they would not be able to accurately deliberate without their biases. You're not understanding what he's saying. He's basically saying we live in a society. Yeah.
And say, well, tough luck. If that's where you do business, then that's where you're going to be tried.
He built his business here and he resided here. And I guess if you think, if you talked about the testimony and when this happened, why didn't the cross-examination of these witnesses or what you put forward, your defense, why didn't that work? Why did it still lead to this outcome?
Well, that's a great question. If you know the answer to that, tell me. I mean, look, I think that at the end of the day, I do think it comes to something that we...
Help me out here, Caitlin. I'm starving. I'm sinking over here. Help me out. You got an answer?
Talk about a lot of times in our profession where there's a bias that you have that you can't get past. I mean, you say that this is where he built his business. That's true. Every single person on that jury knew Donald Trump, either as president, as candidate, from The Apprentice. And so I don't accept that this was a fair fair place to try President
Is that what
Trump.
you're going to what's your main argument going to be in your appeal?
Look, I think there were a lot. That is certainly an argument. I think the timing of this trial and was really unfair to President Trump. There was so much publicity around the witnesses and around leading up to the trial that it just, our system of justice isn't supposed to be a system where every person that walks in the courtroom knows about the case. I mean, and it sounds
but
like
it's one of those cases where you can't avoid it. I mean, no matter what jurisdiction he's tried it,
the law
everyone
doesn't
knows
say
Donald Trump.
the law doesn't say, but if you can't avoid it, tough luck, right? That's not what the law says. The law says that a person is entitled to a fair trial in front of a jury of their peers. And we just think that because of everything around the lead up to this trial, it made it very difficult for the jury to evaluate the evidence kind of independent of what they knew coming in. And we knew that, and that's not something that we've been screaming that from the rooftops.
Well, let's talk about, you said a few of your arguments on the appeal. When do you plan to file your appeal?
Well, there's a lot of, look, this is one step in the process, right? So we have motions due in a couple weeks in front of Judge Merchan, which we're going to vigorously fight and restate a lot of what I'm saying to you tonight and other things that happened in the trial that we think just made the trial unfair, including the testimony of Ms. Daniels. If that is not successful, then as soon as we can appeal, we will. And the process in New York is there's a sentencing and then we appeal from there.
District Attorney Bragg tonight did not directly say whether or not they are going to seek jail time for Donald Trump. Do you expect that he will?
I have no idea. Look, there's a system in place that where you rely on precedent, and somebody like President Trump should never.
I do think this is unfair on Trump. Okay, dude, just like it's unfair at the top of the hour for those who are unsubscribed, right? That's what you're gonna say. Come on. Come on. I'm not even gonna look to see if you're actually trying to bait. I'm just gonna hope that you're trying to bait. Okay? Stop. What is this? Hansi, you look so good in the group photo. Come on, man. Oh, yeah. Get better bait. Okay? Clearly Photoshop. You made my head look large on that. All right. I think it's very hard to be in neutral because he used to be the president and people will benefit or damage from his policy at all. Okay, guys, there's no way to ever criminally convict or charge a president then. Like, there's just no way to do that. You can't, you might as well just say, you know, sorry, former presidents are basically God kings. Like, you are going to still have to achieve some level of impartiality, which I suspect that's the reason why they have lawyers that specifically go through hundreds of jurors in the jury process, in the jury selection process. Okay? Like, it's ridiculous. Oh, well, sorry, we just can't do that. We just cannot do that, no matter what. They're God kings. Your drip yesterday was really good.
Enemy securing Bravo.
What are we doing here? Huh? What are we doing? What am I doing? Am I here just to suffer? Huh? Am I here not to celebrate joy? This joyous occasion? I'm here to serve you the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour and tell you that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But beyond that, I'm here to celebrate. You can also celebrate by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. We're gonna look at the photo suite. Don't worry. We're gonna get to all that. We're gonna get to the Israel stuff.
Face a jail sentence based on this conduct, and it would just kind of confirm what we've been saying all along. And a lot of people say that we're wrong and that we're missing. We're missing key pieces. But if other 77-year-old first-time offenders would never be sent to prison for this conduct.
Judge Marchand will make that decision.
Correct. That's right.
Do you think the judge was fair throughout this case?
I think that there were times when we very much disagreed with the decision Judge Marchand made. I think there were times when we certainly appreciated that he was making decisions, but weighing both sides and making decisions based upon that. But at the end of the day, there were key decisions made before the trial started and during the trial that I don't want to use as fair or unfair, but that we think were not consistent with the law.
But you can't say if he was fair or not?
Well,
you ruled in your favor sometimes, you ruled against you.
Yeah, but no, I think just saying whether someone's fair or unfair is not really the question. The question is whether decisions that he made before the trial, in advance of the trial, with the omnibus motions, with the motions in limine, and then during the trial, were they right under the law? Was he right doing that? And that's where I think we have disagreements. We think there were a lot that were not.
Why did Donald Trump not ultimately take the stand here?
Well, that's a very personal question to him and to me, honestly. And it's a very difficult question. Of course he wanted to testify, and I don't say that because that's what he has said. He wanted to get his story out. I think the judge had made some decisions before the trial or the day of the trial started about what would be allowed to be asked of him by the prosecutors if he took the stand. And some of those questions were really complicated to answer because there's still appeals going on, and so there's a lot of decision points that go into whether somebody testifies. Ultimately, it's his decision, and he listened to us, and he relied on our counsel, and he reached a decision that he thought was right, which I very much agreed with.
So that means your counsel was for him to not take the stand.
I'm not going to tell you what my counsel was.
Well, you said he relied on counsel, and he went with that decision, and he didn't take the stand.
But ultimately, it was his.
Bro, the fact that he's stuttering against Caitlin Collins is crazy. I totally understand why he got owned. Actually, like it almost feels like Donald Trump could make a genuine appeal here and be like, my lawyer was against me this whole time. He did not do an adequate defense.
It was his decision, and I never say, and I think colleagues and folks at Giovanni hopefully agree with me, I never say to somebody, don't take the stand, right? That's their decision, and that's a decision that they have to make. But I want them to have they want to know what will happen on the good and the bad if they do take the stand.
So no regrets on him not taking the stand.
Look, the verdict came down a couple hours ago. I don't know if I have any regrets about anything yet. I'm still thinking things through, and I think so is he, and so is everybody else around him. But at this point, I don't think that there was a conviction because he did not take the stand.
When he was leaving, one thing he brought up were the witnesses who were not called, and he was saying that there could have been witnesses.
Dude, this is unimaginably bad. This is unimaginably bad. I'm seeing why they lost so hard, dude. God damn. If I'm this bad on camera, if I'm this nervous, I wouldn't just go on CNN, which is hostile territory to begin with. If I'm Trump, I'm not paying his ass anyway. You know what I mean? I already have a long track record of not paying people. Yo, is Trump actually broke? Who's this jabroni-ass pansy lawyer? One, he is actually broke, but this is irrelevant to the point of contention here. The reason why he has this jabroni-ass lawyer is because he has literally gone through half the lawyers in New York. That's why I joked about it previously, where it's like first of all, you know your shit's f***ed up when your lawyer is a Catholic, okay? Joey Taco Penis. Like, you're out here hiring Italian lawyers, like that means you literally went through every other lawyer. And he even went through Joey Taco Penis too, and arrived at this guy.
This would have helped make the case. We never saw Keith Schiller, Alan Weisselberg, some key figures here who got brought up a lot. Why didn't the defense call any of these witnesses?
Well, because we happen to live in America, and we don't have the burden of proof. And so there's not, that's not the point. That's a question that is a loaded question that should not be asked of a defense attorney or a defendant. The question that we asked the jury, and they ultimately obviously got passed, is why the prosecution didn't call those witnesses, right? You, as a defense attorney, you don't go into a case saying, I'm going to fill the holes of the prosecution, right? And Keith Schiller and some of the other witnesses that were not ultimately called.
Is the shit Joe just posted on Twitter News, or is he just saying some bullshit? It's the latest POTUS tweet? Is it about the ceasefire? We're going to get to there. We're going to get to that in a second.
Should have been called. Should have been called by the prosecution, and we asked the jury to take a hard look at that. I don't know whether they did or not, but they convicted.
Todd Blanche, I have a few more questions for you. If you'll stick around, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Much more with Donald Trump's lead attorney in a moment. The presumptive Republican nominee, now a convicted felon, guilty on all 34 counts today in his unprecedented hush money trial.
Bro, convicted felon Trump goes kind of hard. Like, convicted felon president goes hard, dude. It does. God, America is in a state of such disrepair. It's awesome. It's cool. YOLO. We're just having fun with it at this point. Empire collapsing, and honestly, you just got to have fun with it.
Here in New York. His lead attorney, Todd Blanche, back here with me. Can we just talk about what it was like in the room today? Because our reporters, everyone kind of thought, reporters included, that no verdict was going to be reached. The judge himself seemed to think that. He went to go get the jury, and then he came back with a verdict note in hand. I mean, you and Trump had been sitting there talking, laughing, and then obviously realized a verdict was coming. You were obviously surprised?
Yes, very surprised, but that's what juries do. You know, everybody that's been talking for the past 2 days about what they thought maybe a note meant or what a jury was thinking or how long they would deliberate, you never know. You never know. And I think there have been no notes really all day. And as 4:30 came, we were going to just go home and start again tomorrow. And then the jury, sent a note, said they reached a verdict. So it was surprising.
Bro, he's just like, womp, womp. Like, his attitude is like, his attitude about this whole thing is so funny. He's just like so unimaginably defeated, which he is. He is literally defeated. He was defeated in the marketplace of ideas, okay? His ass was defeated in the court, obviously. But like, have some composure, big dog. What the hell are we doing here? It's crazy.
Surprising, but it wasn't surprising like, oh my gosh, I'm shocked. We had been prepared.
But were you prepared for a guilty verdict? Trump seemed to be telling people, from what I heard, he thought it was going to be a hung jury.
We were prepared for a guilty verdict. I mean, I don't know what people President Trump was saying that to, but of course our in our view, we were fighting to win the case, of course, but a hung jury would have been as close to a win as as we could have gotten. But we were prepared for a conviction. I think that was expected.
I think a lot of people are curious because we hear from a lot of former Trump attorneys what it's like to be a Trump attorney. How has it been for the last 7 weeks?
Listen, I hear former Trump attorneys talk on TV all the time as well. I have found the last 7 weeks to be I don't want to use cliches, but it's been everything that I would expect and want out of a client, out of someone who has really putting their life in your hands. It's been challenging. It's been rewarding. President Trump there's a persona that people have about.
What does hung jury mean? Is when one guy in the jury has like a really big penis. That's all it takes. All it takes is one guy that's like super big,
About him that is completely wrong. There's a persona that people have that is right in some ways too. It was the hardest in many people's lives. The hardest thing you do is go through a criminal trial, and he was. I was impressed, especially today, at the way that he carried himself and handled himself.
Well, there were moments, and I was in the court multiple times, where you would see you and Trump were often sitting next to each other, or the other attorneys, Emile Beauvais and Susan Nicholas. But Trump would, hit you on the arm, tap you on the.
Like the guy in the white suit in 12 Angry Men. Yeah, in the director's cut, in the extended cut, if you watch it, you'll actually notice that it's not one guy who has like a genuine disagreement with the rest of the jury, but it's actually the fact that he has a massive penis. Like, that's why the rest of the jurors have to listen to him, because he just whips his cock out, and then everyone is like, oh, like all of my convictions I've now cast aside. Like, that's how it works. That's what he was looking for.
The arm, urged you to either object or clearly was writing you notes and saying stuff. I mean, who ultimately was in charge of the defense strategy here? Was it you or was it Donald Trump?
It was both of us. If there's a lawyer that comes in and says that they're in charge of their defense strategy, they're not doing a service to their client. Every decision that we made as a team, and not just President Trump and myself, but the whole team. And so, and again, every defendant, everybody who has their life on the line in history will tap their lawyer every once in a while and say, hey, what about this? What about that? We not only did we get along during the trial, but we were on the same page about strategy and about what we should be doing and not doing. And it was, the one thing that I left with today is he impressed, hopefully, everybody that got to see what happened today, the way that he handled himself in the courtroom, hearing that 34 counts of guilty, the way that he handled himself really throughout the entire trial as somebody who is the Republican nominee, not campaigning, sitting in court all day. And I was right there with him the whole time, and I have no complaints about it.
But did it make your job harder?
He's like, I promise you he was not farting. Or if he was, and if he was falling asleep, it was because the trial was boring and his farts actually smelled really good. Oh my God, I'm so lived up. I'm talking about Trump farting. That's like peak liberalism. I'm so Jeff Tiedrick coded today. It's not even funny.
And more difficult when he was constantly going after the judge, calling him corrupt, saying that he was so biased he couldn't breathe here. Going after.
That was awesome. When he said that, he's like, the judge is conflicted. He's so biased, he's conflicted.
The witnesses in this case until the gag order. He violated the gag order at least 10
Why do I hate Trump so much? I love Trump. Are you kidding me? It's a love-hate relationship.
times here in this case. Didn't that make your job harder?
I don't think it made my job harder. It's something that we had to deal with during the trial as a team, and understanding that there's a message that he needed to get to the people, to the American people, the people who are deciding who to vote for in November. And part of that decision has to be, he is being judged for this trial. And that's a fact. And so when folks get upset that he responds to what he sees happening and responds forcefully, that's because he's being judged by everybody. He's being judged on television, by voters, in newspapers. And so the fact that he says, this is my opinion, this is my view, is not something that I looked at as making my job harder. I accepted that as being part of this job, and that is what he will continue to do. Like, I don't think he's going to stop tomorrow morning. Like, he has to explain to the American people why this whole year in front of the Manhattan DA in this case was completely unjust.
But can you do that without attacking Stormy Daniels, Michael Cohen? I mean, there was one point where the judge had to use incredibly strong language with you because Trump audibly used an expletive when Stormy Daniels was on the witness stand.
When you say can you do that, you mean can you respond when
But isn't that
people are
inappropriate for him to have an outburst in court while a witness is on the stand?
First of all, I don't think an outburst is the right way to describe what happened. He, as you know from being in the courtroom, the courtroom has very bizarre acoustics, and there's times.
What is happening? It's the acoustics of the courtroom that made it seem like it, dude. He was actually super calm and collected.
You can't hear a thing, and there's times when voice carries, and I don't. It was absolutely not an outburst.
The witness heard it. Stormy Daniels heard it.
I have no idea if that's true.
Her attorney told us that.
Okay, well, I that's the first that I'm hearing that, and I don't know that that is true or false, but it was not an outburst. It was a reaction to. Again, it's easy to sit here and throw stones and say, well, how come he said this? How come he said that? Why don't you go on trial for something that happened? And I don't mean this you. I'm saying rhetorically you for something that happened nearly 20 years ago, when you hear somebody saying something that you believe is demonstrably false, and you can't do anything about it, and you know there is a reaction that folks agree with or disagree with. President Trump, in my view, behaved in a way that I thought was exemplary for a defendant facing what he was facing in that environment, in that courtroom for the past 5 weeks. I mean,
you didn't think it was inappropriate when he came out and would rail against Judge Merchan and go after his daughter and other witnesses in this case?
He did not go after the judge's daughter after he was gagged.
After he was gagged? Okay. What about before he was gagged? God damn, dude. God damn.
That one's on ice.
This is why I'm saying it's like kind of hard to be Trump's lawyer. This is why it's hard to be his lawyer, because he's like constantly going, I did that shit. Also, the judge sucks. Also, we should probably maybe kill the judge's family. That's like, you can't do that. It's like Trump and Alex Jones. Chad is cooked. Why?
At all. And by the way, the defense went after the judge's daughter.
He was a registered Dem until 2023. He quit his job to start his own law firm and represent Trump. Oh my Lord.
In public filings. So you want me to say that it was inappropriate for President Trump to do something that I believed under the law required to be brought to the judge's attention?
Well, attacking her on his, obviously he is a massive follower. Making a point in a court filing is different than making a point on Truth Social.
What's the point of a gag order? The judge does nothing when it's violated? I mean, dude, what is he gonna do? Put Trump in contempt of court? I feel like that would literally break shit. Also, Trump, for the most part, did at the very least follow the guidelines of the gag order to a certain degree, because once the gag order was initiated, Trump was held in contempt for violating the gag order, by the way. Wait, he didn't go to jail, though. They fined him. But the thing is, he, the gag order, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the gag order had boundaries that were set. He was fined 10 times, actually. The gag order had boundaries that were set that limited what he could say, specifically about the judge's family, specifically about the jurors, specifically about all the other witnesses, including Michael Cohen. But beyond that, I think he said it's fair play to what? And also at the quarter of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Wait, what? I already ran the ad break. What are you talking about? The fuck? The judge can take his contempt of court violations into account during sentencing. 34 felony convictions. Stop whining about the process. Yeah, it's entirely possible that his lawyer is a chatter doing this for clout.
Why?
Is Trump going to be a prison abolitionist now? Yeah. Our prison's obsolete, folks. Many people are saying this. Many people are saying prisons are obsolete, folks. No one can be free until we're all free. I mean, no one.
I mean, I guess I question that. So the idea is that as a attorney, I'm allowed to make motions, put arguments in front of the judge. But if my client makes those same arguments to the people who are going to decide whether he should be president of the United States, somehow it's okay for me to do it, but he can't. I don't
It's
accept
different
that.
venues. I think there's a place to make your argument and doing it on Truth Social, attacking a private citizen. But
Nobody
on
reads
this front,
the papers, right? That's the problem, right? So it's easy to say, okay, defense attorney, you can file those papers, and there's nothing wrong
attorney,
with
I
that.
mean, you read those filings. We read those filings. Obviously, we talk about those filings. But on this overall, I mean, you are relatively new to the Trump team. Your life has kind of changed since you've become a Trump attorney. You've moved to Florida. You're now registered as a Republican. You used to work at a big firm.
Bro pulled the dying content creator exit strategy. Okay, I love that. Like when you're when you're content creator and your relevance is waning, you just immediately start talking about trans people all of a sudden. Like he did that. Okay, move to Florida. Start talking about like right-wing politics all of a sudden out of nowhere. It's a classic move, dude. Congratulations, you're killing it. I can't wait for your stupid book to come out inevitably, and no one will read it.
From here, you registered as a Democrat.
You'll have your right-wing Jesus pivotus on. No, I will not. Because guess what? I would rather just quit streaming in that situation, okay?
Do you expect to continue to represent Trump in this case and in the federal cases?
Yes, absolutely. Listen, absolutely. I'm going to Florida next week, and we have a motion to compel hearing in the case at the end of June, and we have a lot of work to do. We haven't been working on that case the past 6 weeks, and we are going to start fighting every day in Florida. We have briefing in this case, we have a sentencing in this case, and then we'll have an appeal. I have, putting aside changing my life, I think President Trump has put faith in me and my team, and there's a lot of great people that I work with, and as long as he has that faith, we're going to keep on doing what we're doing.
One thing about the Trump attorneys that we sometimes hear is whether or not they were paid after. It's always a point of contention. Obviously, Michael Cohen talked about it. Has that ever been an issue for you since you've represented him?
No, and I don't know what Trump attorneys, I mean, I know that it's a fun folklore to talk about that Trump attorneys don't get paid and whatnot, but I don't know who that applies to, but of course, President Trump pays his bills, and I am getting paid, and if my mom's listening, I'm getting paid, but that's not, I'm not.
Anti-cruise missile deployed. We're taking Charlie.
This is a disaster, bro. This is so. This is. He took like he took the drug that makes you, instead of the drug that makes you dab Hamas, he took the drug that makes you answer every question. Honestly, in a way that makes him and his client look worse somehow.
Of course, I don't know who that applies to, but of course, President Trump pays his bills, and I am getting paid, and if my mom's listening, I'm getting paid.
Like, he just openly admitted even his mom is worried. That's so funny. You know his lib-ass MSNBC watching mom is like, why are you doing this? You don't have to do this. Please don't do this. This is like the Always Sunny in Philadelphia lawyer, dude. Like, his vibes are almost damn near identical to the... Hold on, let me just pull this up.
I have something here that I need to read to you.
No, not this guy, the bad lawyer. What was the bad lawyer? Not Brian Unger. Uncle Jack the Molester? That one.
Would you mind taking a shot of the three of them? And I just wanted to say I'm very...
Anyway, same vibes, if you noticed. Great stuff overall. Donald Trump should have never let this man go. Oh, baby, don't lie to me. Okay? Never.
But that's not, I'm not alone. I'm not alone in that. It's not like I'm getting paid in the other, I mean, he has a lot of cases. He has a lot of lawyers right now. And I don't know if you're hearing something different, but the lawyers are getting paid.
Todd Blanche, quite a day for you. Thank you for coming in to join us on set tonight.
Okay. All right. Anyway. Yeah, no, same voice, same vibe, same energy. Here it is. Trump voice. They're calling it prison abolition, folks. Complex. Prison industrial complex, they're calling it. Very disgusting. Very sad. I'm the first person to say perhaps that none of us are free until all of us are free. And you'll be hearing it more and more.
I feel that this platform has its ups and its downs, and 90% of its downs are made up by the people that use it.
Bro, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I don't hate anyone, but I really, really hate you, bro.
They're all clout-chasing, jealous, hypocritical losers. I will do anything to get to the top. I'll do anything for a viral moment.
It's time to groom, Chad. It's time to groom.
Wait, how old are you? Don't actually answer the question. How old are you?
Did you guys see the apology video? Did you guys see the apology video? Yes or no? I honestly meant that sincerely, bro, and I actually shed a tear when I got banned, bro. I swear to God. I swear I did. Y'all saw it? No?
Kick is a joke. It's like going to a zoo and just pointing at all of the exhibits and just being like, ah, that's interesting. And then walking by.
You may have seen this clip. A woman is dining at a restaurant minding her own business when some middle school live streamer comes out of nowhere and grabs the food off her plate in a sad attempt to impress his chat. And then he gets mad at her for calling him out, making it seem like she's the crazy one for having a normal human reaction.
Don't put your hand in my food again. Do not do that. You don't do that to people. What do you think you are? Who do you think? Stop filming me. It's a lie. Don't do that again. Hold up. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I won't reveal the name of this toddler, mostly because it's not relevant and also I'm just a spiteful guy. But I do think he serves as a good example of this new wave of streamers who try to make a name for themselves by being a public nuisance and not much else. Someone like you or me may look at this clip and see it as the embarrassing display of desperation that it is, but it's important to remember there's also an entire generation of younger viewers out there who may see it differently. Believe it or not, this kid does have an active fan base, one that festers over on the controversial Twitch alternative, Kick.
Please roll us over. Please take more Viagra. You don't know how to.
Oh God, I'm gonna dox your entire family. What's your name?
I'm loading.
Kick is popular for a few reasons. For one, it's a safe haven for degenerate gamblers to broadcast their addictions in real time. I mean, the crypto casino Stake that serves as its lifeblood was started by Kick co-founder Ed Craven. They call him that because he's craving a jackpot every time he opens his fucking stream. But Kick is also known for its brazenly loose terms of service, being marketed by their co-owner and friend of this channel, Aiden Ross, as the ultimate beacon of free speech for this very reason. Unrelated, but in preparation for this video, I did sit down and watch an Aiden Ross stream, and I kid you not, this is what he was talking about when I first tuned in.
Don't call me weird, I'm about to say. Y'all make your bro pee by like putting his hand in the water.
What?
He peed his pants. It was a drunk night. He blacked out.
Okay.
I took my 2 fingers and rubbed it on his crotch area with the pee. So I got like pee in my fingers. And I made and he opened his mouth and I put his own pee in his mouth.
Incredible stuff happening on Kick. There's nothing like it. Seems like every other day we see someone over there pulling a gun on their girlfriend or throwing an Uber driver's phone in the street or pissing out of their second-story window. Those last two are actually the same person, by the way. And shout out to Xena the Witch on Kick. 300 bookmarks is diabolical.
I'm gonna just pee in this bucket. Let me dump it out the window.
But the point is, you have to really try to get even as much as a 10-day ban on Kick. It takes a lot. I just want to add something else here before we continue. While I was editing this video, 2 other creators wound up in the news for streaming themselves on Kick drinking and driving. Just flying down the interstate at 110, throwing back a bottle of Smirnoff, being in active danger to everyone else on the road. Even hurling the bottle out the window into oncoming traffic at one point. Kick is barely a year old. How has it already had so much controversy? Take Riot Lol, for example, who was recently outed by YouTubers Something About Chickens as a groomer who would use the Omegle alternative Monkey to collect explicit images and videos of young girls on stream to post in a Discord server without their consent or knowledge. Many of these girls were underage.
Wait, listen, how old are you? I'm 19.
Oh, I'm 60.
You said 18?
Yeah.
Riot's account has since been deleted, but not until this video began making the rounds, causing a bit of a PR problem for the folks over at Kick. Something About Chickens showed evidence of a literal Kick staff member in Riot's chat at the same time Riot was speaking to underage girls. Not exactly the best look for the platform, I think most would agree. What could have been a promising competitor to the monopolies of YouTube and Twitch has so far been nothing but a breeding ground for the lowest, most obnoxious illegal activity you can think of. And that isn't much of an exaggeration to say.
I'm in the sidewalk. Come to SDI
Why is everyone going around saying I died?
All right, so I'm just gonna address this because it's getting way out of hand.
Today, we'll be documenting a total of 5 Kick streamers who have all become infamous for their own separate reasons. Not all of these people are nearly as criminal as Riot, of course, which is why we'll be starting easy with some of the least egregious offenders first, before moving on to the more depraved scumbags later on. This is gonna be a long one, and it probably won't be the easiest to sit through at certain points. But I am personally fascinated in shining a light on the more unique personalities Kick has been known to harbor. And by unique, I mean downright villainous.
The good thing is that we get real names. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. I get real names of individuals. Like, their actual names and shit, where they live, their family photos. It hits differently on a different platform.
But we obviously have a lot to cover today, so before we get too deep here, I want to go ahead and thank today's sponsor, Delete. If you're at least a little bit scared of data brokers, you should be. For all we know, they're scouring the internet right now in search of your publicly available information to sell against your will, opening the door for all kinds of stalking, cyber attacks, and even identity theft, all of which I'm not a fan of, which is why Delete Me works to keep your information nice and private. I'd recommend Delete Me just for how fast they managed to identify where exactly my data had been posted and how seamlessly they were able to remove it. Just submit the information you want to be removed from search engines and receive a detailed Delete Me report in as little as 7 days, showing how much data was found, where it was found, and how it was removed. Another thing I appreciate is that as the data broker industry expands, so does the list of sites Delete Me scans for, making them as effective in removing as much PII as possible, or personally identifiable information if you're stupid like me. PII can be easily found through public government records, self-reported information, and social media, just to give you an idea of how pervasive this stuff is. Trust me, it's something you don't want to mess around with. So don't wait. Visit joindeleteme.com/Jobry right now and get 20% off your US consumer plan when you use promo code Jobry at checkout. Again, that's joindeleteme.com/Jobry, promo code Jobry when you check out. Huge thanks again to the wonderful people over at Delete Me for sponsoring this behemoth of a video.
We're taking Bravo.
Hey, listen, whatever the fuck your name is, listen, bro, you wanna fight? Let me know, bro.
I can't think of anyone who captures the aura of Kick.com better than Neon. Neon has garnered a reputation as this kind of sniveling hypebeast dork who's constantly staring at his phone for validation from his chat. And I mean constantly. He's never not looking at what other people are saying about him.
Alright, what?
But then he'll also just let other big streamers bully him to his face.
No. Why would you say what? No, don't do that, my asshole. I said, why do that? Why?
Name 5 DDG songs right now.
I don't know any. Don't do it harder. Apologize to DDG, Dub, Woo-Wop. Wedgie, I'm doing it. I'm sorry, Woo-Wop, I didn't mean it, bro. Say I'm gonna buy your album tomorrow. I'm definitely not doing that. I'm buying his album.
I guess in order to be famous, Neon had to give up any semblance of a spine he may have had. The kid has negative self-respect at this point. Watch any clip to see what I mean.
Can I have one?
You can have one.
100?
Yeah, if you bark and doggy. Come on, fetch the hug.
He also gets jumped a lot. That's sort of his thing too.
This is a public announcement. Anyone who sees me IRL, I will give you $1,000 if you beat my bro. No one's touching me. I'm untouchable, bitch. I'm untouchable.
Look whose shoes we got. Got his ass lagging. Come on, bro.
Though he's faked getting jumped so many times that the one time it ended up being real, people in his chat still said he scripted it.
Anyone saying L script anything, you have no soul. There's really choppers on top of us and cops outside.
Yeah, people don't really like Neon very much, if you couldn't already tell. And that includes his own bodyguard.
You got 80,000 people watching you disrespect me.
Wait,
that's how we're doing it?
I always do that.
Guess what? It's always fucking disrespectful.
I don't mean it like that though.
But that's what it reads like. You're doing too much.
If you happen to be religious, I urge you to please pray for this man's sanity.
If I was a girl and I came in a room, my would be dripping just seeing you, bro. I swear to God, bro, you are alpha.
But before leveling up to the sneako wannabe he is today...
Brake. Stop driving my car.
Stick my finger up your ass.
Get out.
You just put a gun on me?
Neon was once just a little kid from Texas trying to make it big on YouTube. In fact, he and I actually both started making videos at roughly the same age, I found out, with the bulk of his early content being him playing NBA 2K, not unlike the beginning of another popular kick streamer's illustrious career. These didn't generate the most views, but you could tell he was having fun with it, uploading multiple times a week from 2016 to 2020. Despite what Neon eventually turned into, I have to admit, some of this early stuff is actually kind of endearing.
What's good, YouTube? It's Neon2K here, but you see I'm at 178 subs, but at 1K subs I will be doing a face reveal, so tell all your friends.
If we're looking at it in a vacuum, it's actually kind of sweet. Watching someone so young work to make his dreams come true. He'd answer questions from his viewers and open up about his struggles with motivation. You really get a sense that he cared about his public image. He was heavily invested in the content he made and the community he was a part of, even beefing with other creators from an early age.
People want to get their views and start acting
fake. And then he has the nerve to lie on stream. He doesn't want smoke. He doesn't want me to pull up again.
I'm sorry. He doesn't want the smoke? Bro, you're 12. Go do your homework. He began to seek out his audience's approval more and more, chastising them when they said something he didn't like, and seeking out reassurance that they still supported him whenever he'd take breaks.
I just want to let y'all know that I will be taking a break from streaming, but let me know if you still support me in the comments. Let me know if you're still going to support me.
Worrying about approval from an audience of complete strangers is not usually something a normal child has to think about. And honestly, it's easy to imagine that would mess with you a bit.
Bro, like, y'all are really demotivating me right now, y'all. All these comments say my channel is dead, y'all. I understand my channel is dead, okay? Let me grind. And let me go crazy. I'm trying. I know I've been doing this YouTube stuff for over years, kind of demotivating that, like, people are stopping supporting me.
He was definitely becoming more and more desperate to please his fans. The pressure to always perform is what I imagine led him to continue raising the stakes with every new upload. He had this whole arc where he pretended to get arrested for breaking into his neighbor's house and needed to get bailed out from jail by a friend. The description for this one is so wild to me. This is Maddie Mags. I had to upload this video for Neon due to the fact that he got detained earlier than expected. Please keep him in your prayers. Please pray he comes back home soon. Well, thankfully he did, only a couple days later, where he tells us all about the tough time he had in the slammer.
It was kind of scary, man, because, like, you know, there's a bunch of old people over there, like, mustaches and beards, and it got me scared. I just kept on to my wild Indian dance, and it was just making fun of me, bro. I had a red dot on my forehead when I went in there. I had a big red dot, and they said my red dot looked like the Target logo.
Oh, okay. I think Neon is also the first streamer in history to ever be swatted by a U.S. president.
Know exactly what you look like and where you live.
These were the videos that started to get him some heat. I don't think I need to sit here and tell you why this stuff wasn't well received.
Yo, Ringo, what's good, bro? Hello, man. Hello. Yo, what's up, my man? These kids are fighting.
You hear that? That's the sound of peace and quiet. It's kind of nice after hearing this kid yell for so long. But you have to understand that Neon's content hinged on pure clickbait and sensationalism. Whether it be pretending to interview a COVID patient at the height of the pandemic.
I found this dude, bro, and he says he has the coronavirus, bro. If this dude really has the coronavirus, bro, this is gonna be a banger video, bro. Let's go. Yo, sick pop, bro. Hello?
Yo. What's good, bro?
Yo, you already coughing, bro? Are you serious, bro?
Or straight up faking his own death for clout and attention, which is honestly pretty creative for someone that young. I'm not gonna lie. On December 21st, 2019, Neon's brother made an announcement that Neon was in critical condition in the hospital and needed immediate brain surgery to remove a tumor from his head, and that if the surgery didn't work out, he would, quote, bleed to death. Now, I'm not a doctor, of course, but I am pretty sure that's not how that works. I admire the commitment, though. I mean, they even go so far as to say Neon's been acting weird lately and has been having 3 to 5 seizures a day, ending with the call to action, hashtag pray for Neon. I'd rather pray for whoever's body that is in the thumbnail. Who is that? Now, this might all look pretty dire, but if you were to visit Neon's second channel at the time, you'd discover this video was posted on the same exact day.
His brother said he's in critical condition in hospital right now, on the verge of death. But take a look at this video he uploaded on his second channel.
We're gonna be having some bangers on this channel. Drop a sub, drop a like, turn on the post notifications, but we're gonna be doing giveaways. We're gonna be playing so many different games. Everyone drop a sub if you haven't already, man.
But in case you weren't convinced, Neon did go on to state his final words 2 days later.
For everyone who thinks this is a joke, bro, this stuff that's happening is not something to joke around about. You know, what's happening with me is not something that should be joking around about. You guys should not be playing around about this, bro. This is actually serious stuff that people go through, bro.
I didn't know they had gaming chairs in the hospital. I also love the way he emphasizes how this is not a joke, but we all know what he's doing. Or actually, maybe not all of us, since his very next video, the one announcing his death, garnered a pretty favorable like to dislike ratio from Neon's audience. The videos are now gone, so it's hard for me to find any of the comments from this era, but it is pretty hilarious to think there was anyone out there who actually fell for this. I mean, his death video is just a compilation of his best NBA 2K moments. What an epic eulogy. Fast forward a few days later, though, and wouldn't you know it, the tomb is empty, Neon is risen. He triumphed in the gulag and went back to making quality content that didn't offend anyone. The end is what I would be telling you if he didn't go on to become a fucking kick streamer. That's right. After a 2-year hiatus, Neon made his grand return to YouTube with a vlog of himself walking around Jacksonville, Florida, hanging out just by himself. I mean, was no one else available that day? This video just feels lonely. But he balances that out by being a pushy, overly aggressive asshole to random people who don't even really seem to get mad at him. They're just confused.
I know you people smoke and sell drugs and shut the fuck out, bro.
Get this kid.
I'm gonna say it nicely before I actually sue you, and you. And you know exactly why you fuckers are gonna lose in court. Get the fuck out of my store. Goodbye. Thank you, man.
I'm not really sure who exactly this fake tough guy persona appeals to, and I'd be willing to bet neither does Neon. What he lacks in talent, he makes up for in desperation.
I'll be back with a fucking strap. I'm gonna shoot you in the head. I'm gonna shoot you in the head.
Neon strikes me as one of those guys that normal people only hear about every couple months when he inevitably does something supremely stupid to land himself on the front page of Dexerto or whatever. His regular day-to-day content is so bland and it's so geared towards the youngest demographic imaginable that there's no reason to really talk about him unless he's doing something uniquely unhinged, which still happens more than you'd think. I can personally attest to having to rewrite this particular segment multiple times during the making of this video because he would not stop trending for things like putting himself into others in a life or death situation in hopes of going viral. Maybe you saw the little joyride he recently took with Instagram personality Squeeze Benz a few weeks back. Squeeze Benz is someone whose hobby has made him a literal wanted criminal. He belongs to a community of anonymous drivers who derive thrill from renting supercars and cutting recklessly through traffic, going 100 over the speed limit on freeways which are occupied by regular people, families, new drivers, people who didn't sign up to be around someone like Squeeze.
But there's also other people at risk when you do that. Innocent civilians. So what do you think about the element of danger for that?
I've been doing this since like real shit since I was 9. I feel like I did have some professional at it, like, you know.
I'll admit, I don't really understand the appeal of putting the lives of so many innocent civilians at risk for what is essentially just a dumb gimmick at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how skilled of a driver you think you are. All it takes is one person to accidentally change lanes when you don't expect it for multiple people to wind up dead in an instant. But try telling that to Squeeze and his 670,000 followers. There is a market for this kind of negligence, and Neon figured that by doing a collab with Squeeze, he would successfully create some epic viral moments, which he absolutely did, just maybe not for the reasons he had hoped.
And I get really scared and I can't afford to die. You have my word, you will only go at 7 above the speed limit. Or 10 above, what's illegal?
Let's say 20 above the speed limit.
No, 10.
Squeeze's crew, I'm sure, can read the anxiety in Neon's voice, and instead of being straight up with him, they continuously reassure Neon that this is going to be an easy drive. You know, we're not going to do anything crazy.
If you feel uncomfortable, I will grab this kid and I'll unstock the car. It's a 2023 Lambo, bro. This shit is safe as He's not going to wild out.
We'll stop whenever you get uncomfortable, bro. You can trust us. When in fact, bro could not trust them. I'm also not sure what it being a 2023 Lambo would have anything to do with safety here. You're going 120, man. You really think an airbag is gonna bail you out of this one? The conversation goes on for a few minutes until finally Neon is psyched up and ready for what he probably knows deep down is going to be a pretty dangerous situation. These guys may be lying scumbags, but Neon is also an adult capable of making his own decisions. He's aware of who Squeeze is and has presumably seen enough of his content to know what this little cruise might very well entail. Not to mention his entire demeanor shifts once he realizes how much his chat is loving this.
Bro, the chat's going crazy for you, Squeeze. W Squeeze in the chat, bro. I with you, Squeeze. You do like the unthinkable, bro. Chat, how did that look to y'all, bro?
Once Neon believes the scariest part to be behind him, he can't stop singing Squeeze's praises, dick riding the dude who could have just killed him a few minutes prior. He literally says, "I can't say I had a good time or I'll get banned."
I mean, I can't say I was having fun to get banned, so I had a bad time.
That's how you know he has zero regret for any of this. And despite the whole song and dance he tried to put on to drum up sympathy after Squeeze's driving resulted in a shocker, a crash.
All I know, I'm gonna leave it with this chat. I was there to do a Q&A, sit in his car. We agreed and handshaked only 10 over the speed limit, and this just went crazy, and I can't do shit. I'm sitting in the car. What the fuck am I supposed to do, bro? Can't just jump out when it's going 100 miles per hour, bro.
It's just so pathetic and disingenuous to see this slime ball turn around and pretend like he wasn't enjoying it the second it becomes convenient. Because if you didn't know, Neon actually did get banned shortly after this clip made the rounds. The thing he was so worried about happening actually ended up happening. Wow, who would have thought? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And I'm talking about really stupid prizes because Neon ended up getting his account back less than 24 hours hours later. Remember, this is Kick. Illegal activity might as well be a requirement with the amount of people who get arrested on stream. Yes, I'm still talking about Neon. I hope him going to jail all those years ago prepared him for being detained for real this time in a foreign country, because during his trip to Dubai last month, Neon and his girlfriend Sam Frank were taken into custody for accidentally and illegally filming where they shouldn't have. According to The Sun, you needed the permit to film where Neon and his entourage were walking, but their biggest mistake came when their cameraman pointed the camera directly at the police. Not only did Neon initially try to get out of this by lying and saying he was a Make-A-Wish kid,
we're fulfilling for an organization, Make-A-Wish,
but he also told the cops he wasn't filming when he clearly was.
It's off. It's off. There's nothing going on. All cameras are off. I just want to let you know we're trying to work with you guys.
This resulted in Neon and Sam spending 38 hours in a Dubai jail. With little to no live updates during this time, the only source on the matter was Aiden Ross, who told the press that it was a, quote, very sticky situation. This actually led some people to run with the narrative that Neon had died, which if I had a nickel for every time people online thought Neon was dead, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. The Neon eventually took to Kick to announce his safe return from the slammer, reminiscing on how much they loved him in jail and thanking Aiden for looking out for him and trying to get him home safe.
Aiden, yeah, he's one of the people who actually did look out, bro, and I really appreciate that, bro. He really tried his hardest to get me out of the situation, because chat, it was a really crazy situation, bro. It was a really situation.
I'm assuming that if you make enough loud, grating, and insufferable videos that nobody under the age of 10 can enjoy, Aiden Ross visits you in the middle of the night and invites you on stream. In fact, Neon made his first major debut on Aiden's stream with Andrew Tate back in 2023, when the latter was on house arrest for, well, I don't think I need to say. Only he had no idea what he was doing, and the entire stream came off pretty awkward, largely because of Neon. No wonder Aiden's chat wanted him gone only 15 minutes in.
My whole chat is spamming to kick you.
Nerds are boring. I'm gonna work.
Well, this guy's on a period. Is he a bro? He's on his fucking period.
I mean, don't these jokes get old at a certain point? It's just the same thing over and over, and Neon is trying way too hard to impress his idols and prove to the world that, hey, he can be edgy too.
You're gonna burn in fucking hell, you Jewish. You!
Like, we get it, man. You can stop being so predictable for once in your life. Neon is so provocative for the sake of being provocative that there really is no thought process beyond, what's the most annoying thing I could say to make people mad right now? I'm not surprised the only people entertained by it are riding in the back of their mom's cars to school.
What did you say? The woman! The woman!
What? No, wait. We love women. We love women. We love women.
What? Not like transgender.
No.
Okay.
But by getting so much exposure from Aiden, Neon quickly grew a sizable following on Kick as a dude who cares about nothing and will say anything to anyone if he thinks it'll get a reaction. I mean, him laughing at a random kid's dad working at Walmart really exposes him as the out-of-touch asshole he is.
What did your dad do for it?
Oh, he works at a Walmart warehouse.
No, I'm such a bad guy. Like, that is someone who has never struggled for anything in his life. I'm sorry. If he can't set his dog shit persona to the side for 10 seconds to not mock a minimum wage worker unprompted, then it's no wonder he gets his ass beat everywhere he goes. He's happy to dish out absurd amounts of money to flex on the people around him, but when it comes to helping those same people out monetarily, he suddenly no longer shits money.
What that jacket said was, I did money. That's it.
That's fine. That's the vibe I want to.
That's the vibe you want to put out there, right?
I shit money.
Okay, so shit on me. Give me some money.
I don't shit money.
Oh, for that same 3,500, you can outfit everybody you know with about 3 with 11.
He has no perspective, so he's incapable of showing any kind of respect, and he's found a profession where that can be incredibly lucrative. He can harass women, be openly racist and transphobic, start fights with people 3 times his size, all without any incentive to grow and change as a person, because this is what continuously rewards him with 80,000 live viewers, which even that is, how do I put this? Highly debatable. For over a year now, Neon has been unable to beat the view botting allegations. In fact, they've only gotten worse. worse, with the YouTuber Cameron posting a video last month where he questions how Neon, as someone with a significantly smaller following across all platforms than XQC or Aiden Ross, is managing to pull more live viewers than them. Cameron argues that if these views were legit, we would see that reflected across other platforms. And in the case of Neon, we just don't.
Aiden Ross goes crazy on Kick. He's the top Kick streamer. And if you look at his other social medias, you can tell that he gets some pretty good engagement. Kai Cenat, on the other hand, is one of the top Twitch streamers. You can tell that his viewers rock with them on all platforms. Somehow Neon averages more viewers than both of them. And Neon literally only has a fraction of what they have on all of his other socials.
That in itself is hard to explain, but there definitely is no way to explain how Neon managed to jump from 10K live viewers to 70K in under 30 minutes. And that's just one instance that Cameron was able to catch himself. Other reports seeing Neon's view count randomly spike from 2 all the way to 40,000 live viewers in a span of 30 seconds. That's just unheard of for a guy like Neon, who simply does not have the same influence as XQC and Aiden Ross. Even Trainwrecks TV, another co-founder of the site, has accused Neon of botting, with Ed Craven going out of his way to ban Neon's name from his chat.
Holy f***, can someone ban the word Neon? We don't give a f*** about Neon right now. Listen, big shout out to all people who give, like, talk or, you know, do streaming on Kick, but, like, come on.
So it's really no exaggeration to say that whenever Neon finds himself in some shit, his genuine supporters are few and far between. Neon caught his first ban in March 2024. And without even double checking, I can confidently tell you this was his first ban because Kick hardly bans anyone. I mean, Kick is the place where you can own equity in the company and still stream the Super Bowl and porn to hundreds of thousands of children and face zero consequence. So if you're getting even temporarily banned from Kick, you fucked up bad. But what could Neon have done that was so bad? The platform that doesn't usually care about anything had to step in?
Neon has now been banned for, and I gotta read this on the screen just to actually process that it's real. He threatened to dox and sexually assault a young fan.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty bad, I guess. I haven't the slightest idea why Neon was in a Zoom with what looks to be a kindergartner in the first place, but when this kid started talking shit, you'd expect Neon, the dude who has built his career on doing exactly that to other people, to be able to take the heat. But instead, he immediately blew up and threatened to do things to this kid that I can't even repeat out loud without risking an age restriction.
I don't give a f*** you're 10 years old. I will f*** you in the until you bleed. I swear to God. Shut the up.
I just realized that's the kid from earlier. Wow, I love recurring characters. The puzzling abyss that is Neon's terminally contaminated mind is something that should probably be studied by Harvard. I mean, how do you even begin to make sense of a dude like this? It didn't take long for news of Neon's, quote, sudden ban to get picked up by all of the usual suspects, and before long, the clip had been seen by millions upon millions of people who were quick to weigh in on the discourse. Yes, Neon did threaten to dox and rape a 12-year-old on stream. But did he know he was 12? If so, there's a line you don't cross when trash talking. Apparently he was 14. Oh, well, that changes everything. It doesn't really matter to me that Neon was trash talking. You're still an insane person for saying this to anyone for any reason, much less a minor. I mean, does that even need clarifying? I feel like I'm just stating the obvious here. I think it's safe to say he still doesn't understand the gravity of his little outburst, though, judging by the 2 piss-poor apologies he released next.
I wanted to say this was an eye-opener for me in my eyes, and I'm not gonna make anything bad like that happen ever again.
So there are a lot of issues with this video, but the standout moment to me is when Neon hilariously says this.
That was not something that comes out of a person like me's mouth ever. I'm not that type of guy. I'm not that type of person.
I'm sorry, but for anyone not aware, I'll just come out and say Neon is not a good person. This isn't controversial to say. I don't think even his fans who like him would consider Neon a good and decent person. I'm sorry, man. You are famous because people hate you. You can play a terrible person online if you own it. You're fine with that. But the moral posturing when it becomes convenient for your career is the definition of disingenuous. People see right through it. If you actually want others to think of you as a good person, maybe let your actions speak for themselves and don't do stuff like this. Otherwise, you're just gonna get written off and end up having to apologize again, which is exactly what happened.
Let me clear that up too, bro. Let me clear that up. I want to start off by saying I do not. Why am I smiling? I want to start off by saying, yo, we got hella people in here. God damn, man. I don't fuck with that shit. The fact that someone let me get to such a bad point in my, what the hell? The fact that someone let me get to such a bad point in my you know, words and shit.
Okay. I mean, at least here he isn't hiding how he feels. He's annoyed that he's even having to do any of this in the first place, and I guarantee if he hadn't been banned, he wouldn't have addressed this at all.
The fact that someone let me get that down bad and say those things is really fucked up, and I want to take full accountability.
What do you mean you threatened to dox and assault a child because you were, quote, down bad, and that it's not your fault you said any of it because someone should have burst into the room and physically restrained you or something? Of course. I get that you're young, Neon, but you're way too old to be pulling this kind of shit. These aren't the NBA 2K Fortnite days, all right? You're now one of the leading streamers on Kick, and you need to set a better example if you want the site to not have the reputation it already does. But why would he do that? He can't even contain his emotions long enough to listen to basic criticism without immediately bursting into a weird transphobic fit of rage.
Oh, here goes this guy, bro.
We're just
Chat.
telling me about like what?
I swear to God, bro. Hey, listen, whatever your name is, you listen, bro. You wanna fight? Let me know, bro. I swear to God, I will beat your ass. You're an annoying ass motherfucker. You are so damn annoying, bro. I hate this guy. I really hate him, bro. I wanna. Not gonna say it.
I can't tell if this is a joke or if he's really that delusional, but if these two ever set foot in the ring, Charlie is shutting down this guy's entire bloodline. Okay, I'll just say that. Even the people trying to defend Neon can't get through to him. That's how far gone he is. I mean, he literally calls Keemstar a pedo for trying to defend him.
First of all, I defended you during this certain situation.
Yeah, because you're a pedo yourself. That's why you defended me, you weird.
Dude, go after yourself.
There's just no value in trying to save this kid. It's over. He just can't help but be hated by virtually everyone who has to deal with it. But that doesn't make Neon unique by any means. In fact, being the internet's favorite punching bag is a trait especially consistent in our next specimen. Before becoming famous for harassing strangers in public and hiding behind his belligerent bodyguards when confronted for his own annoying behavior,
What? Well, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Yeah.
Jack Doherty was too. A young kid flipping markers at school and unboxing Call of Duty bundles in his living room floor, trying to build a legacy. While their career paths may have been similar, I have to say Jack Doherty has always been a little more trend savvy than Neon. 7 years and 14 million subscribers ago, Jack was already learning how to clickbait like his idols, the Pauls, trying his hand at innocent prank calls and hopping on the epic Killer Clown bandwagon of 2016.
Remember my Killer Clown? Yeah, he's back. He just texted me something like really creepy, and here it is. Oh, he's doing it again. He's doing it again. Look, guys, he said, "I'm back," and then he put a knife. A knife. Look at that.
A simpler time. I guess Jack never got the memo, though, that in order to be a functional member of society, at some point, you kind of have to grow up. It's one thing to get kicked out of Walmart as an immature 13-year-old. It's another to do it as a millionaire adult.
All right, guys, so we're in Walmart. We're going to see how long it takes to get kicked out of the back.
Get out of my back room now.
My back room. My daddy owns this back room. You're assaulting the camera.
Daddy, chill.
Wait, it's not that deep.
Dude, you set out to make her mad. Now you're going to pretend like it wasn't that deep when she gives you the reaction you were looking for all along. But I guess that wasn't enough for a whole video, so he moved on to harassing and lying to another worker instead.
Excuse me, sir, would you be interested in a rim job? You look like you could use a rim job.
I'm asking you politely, please not to record.
It's not recording.
You really shouldn't feel so comfortable hassling someone who's just trying to do their job in peace, man. That's not normal. If you see someone working hard to get through the day and your first thought is, I should film this person and humiliate them online for clout, you need therapy. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I think we can actually learn a thing or two about modern day Jack by looking back at his early work. If you're wondering how he ended up doing stuff like this for clout and attention, it might possibly have something to do with him never being disciplined as a kid, and in fact, having his behavior enabled by his parents from a young age. Take this 7-year-old video, for example, where his mother willingly drives him to the actual FaZe house on the off chance he gets to meet his favorite YouTubers in the flesh, filming their home and neighborhood without permission. I mean, talk about a breach of privacy. This is about as parasocial as it gets.
We're at the FaZe house right now. Holy crap, guys, we're going in.
And it wouldn't have happened if his mom hadn't allowed it. Really gives you a sense of who calls the shots in the Doherty family, huh?
Thank you, Mommy. You're the best.
If my kid ever asked me to drive him to a YouTuber's house, he's getting disowned. That's a joke. I don't have a kid. Obviously, if I did, I'd be exploiting him in vlogs by now. Jack stands there a while, knocking repeatedly on the door, hoping, praying that he can maybe catch a single glimpse of one of the elusive FaZe members. But it's taking a while, and even his mother is getting impatient.
Mom, wait one more minute. I want them to come out so freaking badly.
But after loitering long enough, Jack finally gets his wish.
Oh my god! FaZe rain! FaZe rain! Guys, it's freaking FaZe rain! Oh my god! The Audi are in. Holy crap! No! FaZe rain! You're leaving us!
And then it's over. Well, that was worth it. I'm shocked FaZe Rain would feel uncomfortable coming home to a random child filming him on his front porch. It's a real mystery why he sped away so fast.
Guys, so we're leaving the FaZe house. They didn't open the door. We saw his car and everything, but he didn't come out. Why?
Which goes back to the original point that if Jack had someone in his life to tell him that this was wrong and inappropriate and invasive, he may not have continued on down this path. And although it may sound cliche to say at this point, it seems Jack was never really taught that actions come with consequences. He reminds us of his entitlement all the time.
Listen, I can hear you. If he keeps recording, I'm gonna break the camera. I don't care. You're gonna get kicked out of your school and you're gonna have to talk to your parents.
One thing I've noticed about Jack is that he is a serial vibe killer.
What is he doing, bro? Now we all get in.
For example, here he is at a beach party with a bunch of college kids he doesn't go to school with, or as he calls them, NPCs.
That's why she doesn't belong in college with all these NPCs.
He is very obviously the outcast in this situation, yet somehow he still sees himself as above all these other students. Investing in your future by getting an education? Not cool, according to Jack.
You're not cool. You guys are in school. School is not cool.
I'm sure it's easy to feel all high and mighty when you've got 2 security guards at your side to intimidate any drunk frat dude that may get fed up with your nonstop filming, but the irony of telling them to cry about it as he walks away with his tail tucked between his legs is just perfect. Jack has never been able to take even a fraction of the shit he dishes out. If you waste an entire day digging through Jack's bloated backlog of content like I have, you'll discover his Karen saga from 2020, where he would ride his dirt bike past his neighbor's house in the morning to intentionally piss her off like the asshole he is, label her a Karen, and milk her reaction for all the content he can, filming and provoking her instead of trying to resolve things maturely behind the scenes. Because why do that? Being reasonable and normal isn't an option when we've got merch to sell.
I want to say, guys, I dropped brand new merch on the screen right there. It's super dope, guys. I know you'll love it.
They went back and forth for a while, culminating when renowned psychological mastermind Dr. Phil decided to get involved. Now, you'd think Jack would maybe revel in all this new exposure he'd be getting from going on Dr. Phil, and he definitely did, especially in this vlog leading up to his national television debut.
Basically, Dr. Phil has seen my videos about the Karen, and he wants me to come on Dr. Phil because he thinks I have a problem or something like that. And my manager's like, Jack, you gotta do this. Like, this could be great publicity for you. I'm like, yo, I'm down. Like, Dr. Phil, my mom's a huge fan.
But once he's in the studio and has to answer for being a dick to his neighbor, we see a slightly different side of Jack. His confidence is rattled, and he keeps trying to defend himself as a good person who is more than happy to apologize if need be.
I'm 100% willing to apologize to her right now. Rachel, I'm sorry for riding my dirt bike by her house.
Only those words ring hollow once he shifts into victim mode. What he did could have been worse, he says, even stating outright that he's being unfairly targeted for no reason.
But I was trying my best, and everyone was picking on me for, like, everything I do, you know? But, like, all right, I'm just whatever. I'm being attacked for everything, I feel like. I could have put her face out on the internet, but I chose not to do that because I don't want it to have effect on her life either. So, I'm just saying.
It's like he's genuinely a bit anxious about this new audience he's in front of maybe not liking him.
She exaggerates everything. Like, the first time she started talking, she started, like, screaming at me. If she was respectful, I would have been right. She was like, I was really sorry, I'll never write her.
Kidding me? I watched the video and you said 50,000 likes and I'll go down there and do it again.
She came to my house 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I wonder why she kept doing that. He has no problem going after random people as long as he can talk shit from a safe distance where he benefits financially. But once it's time to be held somewhat accountable, that's where he falls apart. It's why he has to hide behind others for all the problems he creates.
What did I say? Protocol? What did I say? I don't know. She said you was talking shit.
I don't know about I'm live streaming.
I don't. Would you say so?
Go with my live stream.
I don't, baby. I don't got your live stream.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You'll never know.
I didn't know who Jack was until I saw this video a few months ago. He had already established himself as one of the biggest personalities on Kick for reasons that we will unfortunately be getting into more later. But to many outside of the IRL streaming ecosystem, this was their first introduction to the Doughboy. We see him arguing with a dude by the name of Chase at David Dobrik's Halloween party. We know it's a Halloween party because of Chase's costume, which ironically and tragically has the phrase "get physicals" thrown across the front. Apparently Jack called Corinna Kampf an OnlyFans whore, and after pretending like he didn't say anything,
You think I said something?
That's what I heard. That's all I heard.
All right. And fine with me. Jack,
Did you say something?
Yeah. You think I said something?
he tries to walk it back by claiming he calls everyone an OnlyFans whore. Hey, we're all OnlyFans whores here. Corinna is awesome, but only because he's being confronted.
You know Corinna lit.
She is lit.
Yeah, so don't talk. You can't talk.
It's not like a joke, but like,
Wait, I'm just saying, yeah.
I call everyone an OnlyFans. We're all fucking OnlyFans.
You can tell he's nervous with the way he anxiously sways back and forth and keeps eyeing his bodyguard, a man who calls himself Kane Kong, to help bail him out of the conflict that he instigated by bad-mouthing Corinna. It's only after Kane gets involved that Jack suddenly regains his energy and picks up a little more confidence. Now he's the big tough guy he wants us all to think he is.
So now, what's the next step? Now, you want to suck my dick or what? Like, where are we getting?
No,
you're broke.
Damn.
Oh, you call me broke. No, I'm going to cry myself to sleep tonight. Appreciate you. Don't care. All right, then what then?
Corinna explains why she doesn't want to talk to Jack. Completely valid, by the way. There are an infinite number of reasons not to be associated with this guy.
Just because I'm at a party and I don't want to talk to you, you say that
No. That's not what it was.
That's literally what it was.
Okay, wait.
I literally got sent a clip in the middle of a party.
Oh, really?
I just because I'm at a party. No, saying I'm at a party. I don't want to be on stream.
But in the midst of this chaos is when Kane finally, and for no reason, with no warning whatsoever, decks Chase in the face and lays him out flat on the concrete. I can't show you the uncensored clip, of course, but all you need to know is that the dude did nothing to provoke anyone. He did nothing. Plus, Kane is about 3 times the size of Chase anyway. There would be no reason to use all of his force to knock this guy to the ground, even if he had initiated. But he didn't, and if you didn't know, that is assault. But Kane should be well aware of that. This isn't the first time he's beaten someone up for no reason. Once knocking a woman unconscious when he was working as security for a DaBaby in 2019. Though if you ask him, he was only doing his job. After all, he thought she was a man, so I guess that would have made it totally fine. I mean, just earlier that year, a 22-year-old fan was reportedly only trying to get a picture with DaBaby when he was beaten senseless by Kane and other members of security to the point where he ended up in a coma and almost died, according to the family. It resulted in DaBaby getting sued. So with all of that in mind, I have no idea why Jack would hire Kane to work with him when he's proved himself to be such a massive liability. Unsurprisingly, Jack was met with a lawsuit of his own, and as far as I'm aware, it's still ongoing. But I don't think it helps Jack's case that this isn't the only time he's had a security step in for him. After all, the only reason they're there is to help Jack get away with what he does best, annoying the fuck out of everyone he meets.
What the fuck's your problem?
You can pretty much close your eyes and click on any random Jack Doherty video to find him making an ass out of himself in public. It's like he just can't help himself. I mean, this guy spends like 5 straight minutes making loud moaning sounds while getting a massage at a mall.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Harder. Oh, harder. I like it. Oh, yeah. You're getting all in there, shawty. Just like that.
No one laughs. It's just everyone being super uncomfortable, hoping it ends.
Give me that neck. Is it bad that it's turning me on? I'm gonna blow. It's coming. I'm gonna blow. I think I'm good here. I nutted.
Then he calls the masseuse disrespectful for not taking his money.
Here's $50.
I don't want your money.
You have to take it. We're running. She just ripped up the 50. Wait, give me that money back. Take this. Do it. Do it. You won't. You won't do it. Do it.
Please just walk out.
Wait, do it. You won't. She just ripped up a $50 bill, bro. The disrespect.
He makes a big deal out of it, then starts handing out bits of the $50 bill to random people who don't even know what the hell is going on. And of course, he has to remind us he isn't a mean person. He's not a bad guy. He just wants to put the masseuse's face on a shirt. Not to mess with her at all, of course. I mean, he's not doing anything wrong, remember?
It's like, I'm not being like mean or anything. I'm literally putting on a shirt. It's not that deep. It's funny.
By the time it's printed, though, the lady, lucky for her, has already clocked out for the day. Still, that doesn't stop him from messing with any of the other workers.
Does he need help?
Hello. Whoa. 1 second.
Don't worry, I'm a professional.
It's as as if he's on a mission to make everyone else's day so much worse. There is negative value in provoking a random teacher only to turn around and pretend like it was him in the wrong the entire time.
Why are you acting so stupid?
Huh?
Why are you acting stupid?
Dude, you shouldn't chew with your.
Why are you acting stupid?
You shouldn't talk with your mouth open.
What's especially weird is that he at one point tells this guy he's 16, which is just straight up not true. He was 18 by the time he made this.
Get out of here.
I'm 16.
Get out of here.
Dude, chill. I'm 16.
Don't be a f***ing idiot.
Bro, chill. Just sit down and eat your food. Just sit down and eat your food.
But then again, he probably does see himself in a perpetual state of adolescence anyway. Why bother growing up when this is the behavior that's gotten him his dream house at 20 years old?
I feel complete, you know, and I'm only 20 years old, but this is a direct result of hard work, guys. Obviously, I wouldn't have anything I have if I don't work all day, every day. A lot of people hate on me because I have money, and I show that I have money.
Yeah, man, that's why people hate you, because you have money. It's totally not the other stuff. It's because you're too successful.
One thing people don't understand is I'm not just gonna buy 2 Lambos and a McLaren and not show them online. I'm not flexing, I'm just getting my money's worth.
I hate to say this, Jack, but that is literally the definition of flexing, which is fine, and you just own it. Enough of the bullshit grandstanding. We're not all idiots.
A lot of people like to use my wealth against me and say I'm a brat, blah, blah, blah. If you talk to anyone around me, if you really got to know me, you would know I'm not like that. I wouldn't have what I have in life if that's how I treat the people around me.
Actually, Jack, it seems like the people around you want to beat you up. I don't know if you've noticed that. We'd love to know who out there doesn't consider Jack Doherty an entitled, spoiled brat. This is why I like Jack. I know you work hard, Jack. Well said. You're a G. On God, bro. Respect. Bro, I don't get why people hate him. He works so hard to get everything he has. Yeah, working hard for Jack Doherty means trying to get kicked out of places, being involved in physical altercations, and flipping a golf cart over on his girlfriend just to go viral. A lot of hard work. I don't know how he does it. Jack's fans will commend him for grinding for his success and applaud how hard he must have worked to reach such a status, while meanwhile, the hard work in question is just getting in the way of a college tour.
It's not too late to turn around, guys. This guy's a capper, and UCLA pays him to lie.
Thank you so much for joining us.
It's not worth $60,000 a year. It's 2021. Do we really need college anymore, though? I might have to join you, though, on the tour. Is it cool if I join you?
Like I said, we cannot allow any extra guests on our tour. I need to continue.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep walking. Like,
all right, so as I was saying about study abroad, there are a couple of different ways.
Speaking of broads, the broads here are busty as fudge.
There's nothing hard about what he does. It takes no skill to be Jack. It takes a flagrant disregard for the people around you, but that's not exactly something to commend, now is it? In fact, it's honestly a little terrifying what all Jack is willing to do for the dopamine. Like I mentioned earlier, I do unfortunately subject myself to these people's streams every now and then, and I just so happened to catch Jack Doherty at a time when he was lounged out in his Sprinter, bored out of his mind, trying to think of some way to occupy his time for the rest of the evening. The stream had already been going on 8 hours and was kind of hitting a lull. He needed something to get the chat raving again. I walked away from my computer for about 15 minutes and came back to Jack speeding down a residential neighborhood in a $50,000 Can-Am ATV that he's already crashed once, by the way, swerving on and off the road, veering dangerously close to all sorts of nearby trees, lampposts, fire hydrants, and power lines, with like 3 other people with him. To make it worse, I actually went back in the VOD and found him doing the exact same thing earlier in the day where there were more cars on the road.
Is this legal?
This?
Yeah.
No.
Hey, but you're the mom.
Absolutely not.
You should be telling us to stop.
Hey, having fun.
He keeps looking down at his chat and taking his hands off the wheel. I mean, the safety of himself and others isn't exactly a priority for Jack here, clearly. Like this cyclist he passes while staring down at his phone. Lovely. Jack has seemingly unlimited access to all the cars and money someone his age could ever dream of without any of the responsibilities such wealth should require. But believe it or not, streaming isn't even his main income source. The overwhelming majority of Jack's YouTube views come from shorts, meaning he's hardly making enough money over there to fund the lavish lifestyle he flaunts in front of our faces, making the real specific source of his wealth a bit trickier to pin down. I'm sure he made a lot from his cake deal, but Jack has to have something else going on to afford 21 homes in cash, at least $800,000 worth of cars, and an abundant watch collection. And it may just have a little something to do with his side hustle.
So many other people get trolled for their girlfriend doing fans, but
feel like me, Steve will do it. Like, we both don't get trolled for our girlfriends having OnlyFans.
But like you do, so it's okay.
Jack Doherty has an OnlyFans, but I don't think he uses it that much. I don't really want to know, to be honest with you, how often he uses it. I learned that he apparently kissed the Island Boys on there, you know, the incest twins who make out with each other. Those guys. Sorry, it's not really an important detail to include. I just want you to know these twins do kiss each other on the lips for content, okay? That's where we are as a society. But Jack's millions don't necessarily come from his account, mind you. No, the bulk of his fortune comes from the girls he signs. Let me explain. If you recall, Andrew Tate discovered a long time ago that he could get very rich by hiring models to work for what became he and his brother's online webcam business. The Tates have openly bragged about using dozens of girls to scam desperate men out of thousands of dollars over the internet, explaining in one interview how the girls would sit on a webcam and an old dude would sit there. I was training these girls and it got to the point where it was easier if I typed myself. We had the two girls on camera with a keyboard that wasn't plugged in, but I was behind the screen talking to the dudes, saying the right things to start dragging money out of the internet. With Tristan even admitting it was all a massive scam. Yet at the height of it, the Tates were raking in about $600,000 a month, all thanks to the likeness of these models. And it seems Jack may have taken a similar route.
Is OnlyFans probably your biggest source of income? Is that split up between like your own page and like helping other people with their pages?
Yeah, basically. But yeah, it's like my main source, I'd say.
By recruiting OnlyFans girls to his network, Jack is able to take an unknown cut of their earnings, and in return, the girls get promoted on Jack's social medias, get to live in a big mansion with him, and risk their lives riding around in his awesome go-karts. It's actually a very carefully crafted business model. Whenever he features these girls in his often sexual TikToks and YouTube shorts,
I had to get an OF girl that was really good at blowing it all the way up to
100.
She got so tired that I had to swap OF girls, and she took it all the way up to
200 blow. It's so hard now.
he always makes sure to leave a pinned comment directing his exceedingly young fan base to the girl's OnlyFans profile. And these are some of the most watched shorts on his entire channel, so it's not hard to see why he's been criticized for it. Not only is he directly promoting porn to what he knows is a child audience, even the OF deals themselves have come under scrutiny.
All right, so this is the last thing I want to address. I think it's the last thing I have to address, but basically there's this rumor.
By November of last year, another Kick streamer by the name of Natalie Reynolds began making some pretty serious claims against Jack, beginning by expressing outrage at the contract he had her sign, which she says included no end date, before announcing days later that she would be terminating her OF contract with the scammer Jack Doherty. This kid has done nothing but take advantage of everyone around him. Disgusting. Adding stick to grooming minors, which is an insane thing to just tack on there at the end. She did follow up with, oh, by the way, that grooming thing ain't a joke, LOL. This girl was 17 and Jack waited months for her birthday to get her drunk and sign a contract on a yacht. This claim was echoed by another ex-member of Jack's circle, a dude by the name of Matthew JGL, who once worked as an editor for Jack and likes to credit himself as the guy who revived Jack Doherty's career when he was stuck at just 3 million subscribers. In an interview with The Asher Show, Matt goes so far as to name the alleged 17-year-old and insists that Jack intentionally hires younger candidates.
They obviously go for like the youngest ones. Crazy one that they have, Claire. She was 17 and like we met her at Sway. Not even just Claire. He obviously just goes for the young girls. And Claire actually signed when she was drunk on a boat, and she's not allowed to drink. But
she signed to him when she was drunk on a boat.
He waits to get these drunk and make them sign their life away.
Jack initially responded to Natalie's tweets with utter denial across the board, calling it the dumbest accusation ever and asking to stop giving this clout-chasing attention. Her whole account is a fan page for me, Sam, and Neon. Neon, it should be noted, also repeated these claims on a stream of his own, but apparently apologized for it behind the scenes, at least according to Jack. While Jack chalks most of Matt's behavior up to Matt being jealous of his success or whatever, Jack and his current girlfriend McKinley have both accused Matt of SA. In fact, they claim he's abused a number of the girls who live with Jack, McKinley being one of them. The latter posting a lengthy thread to Twitter in which she explained how Matt had initially been wanting her to come to Florida for a while, and although she had no intention of pursuing anything romantic with him, she finally agreed to come down when Jack and another OnlyFans model invited her. That's when she says Matt became increasingly aggressive, accusing him of cornering and forcibly kissing her right when she got to the house, making her feel super uncomfortable to the point that when she outwardly told him how she felt, he became so irate that Jack and several others had to physically break down a bedroom door to save McKinley, stating that there's so much more she can say and many more girls wanting to come forward about him. She says Matt is jealous and the only thing he cares about is seeing Jack's downfall. Matt responded by appearing on a podcast and showing a series of text messages between him and McKinley around the time of the alleged incident, insisting that she was actually into him. Matt doubles down on his assertion that their interactions were consensual, essentially claiming that McKinley would act super interested in him to his face, but turn around and tell Jack that he was scaring her.
Yeah, and she literally made it where it was like, oh no, you're fine, keep doing what you're doing, like you're good, like I like you, whatever. And then she'll go to Jack and be like, please help me, he's scaring me, like But I'm so understanding. Eventually she like homie hopped to Jack and it just started getting weird at a point, like she was making things weird.
For the sake of time, we unfortunately can't get into all of the tiny details here, but I have linked the full podcast down below, along with McKinley's statements and another testimony from a girl named Sammy who claims that she too was assaulted by Matt.
In the guest room that you guys had, and he came to the room and he just like was, you know, feeling me, and I told him do not do that, like I didn't want any of that. And then he was trying to like force himself on me, and I told him, I was like, stop, you know. And I pushed him off, and then from there I was like, get out of the room or like I'm gonna wake up everyone and tell them what you did. And he was like, no. He's like, you wanted this, and I was like crying. I was like, I did not want this. He basically like tried to molest me, like he was harassing me, and like I told him not to do that, and he was still doing that anyways.
Jack tweeted this video out, along with alleging the first girl Matt sexually assaulted was a girl named Sammy at my first house in LA. And nobody wanted to believe her because we all thought Matt, our friend at the time, would never do something like that. But after I hired him a year later and he lived with me, the same thing and worse has happened over and over again, and I have multiple other girls ready to come forward about it, which led to a lot of people in the replies saying, you let an alleged sexual predator live in your house because he was your friend? Jack, if that's true, you know how that makes you look, right? You're saying this happened over and over and one of the girls was underage? I mean, this isn't just some light Twitter drama, Jack. This is really serious if true. Though Matt has always maintained it never happened, that Jack is only now making it all up because Matt is exposing Jack's cheeks. A really weird phrasing there. Jack actually tried defending himself here by saying some people are mad I didn't talk about these allegations a year ago, but not everything is meant to be handled on the internet. He spent the last year of his life trying to make me look bad, and I've ignored it. And it's time people realize the person he is. But I mean, why would that time not have been a year ago? Are you not just admitting here that you only went after him when he came after you? There is no way your lawyer would approve of you saying this stuff, Jack. This looks awful. Matt also showed that Jack's ex-girlfriend Grace was on his side, though McKinley was quick to write her off as, quote, the dumb bitch that's still in love with her boyfriend who just wants to break them up. Unsurprisingly, Keemstar threw himself in the mix, as it was only a matter of time, and slammed Matt for lying that he was being paid by Jack, which is obviously a wild claim for Matt to just make up, though at this point, Matt began going after Jack for things like spilling alcohol on him in the club, so it just kind of feels like we've lost the plot here. I mean, what does this have to do with anything? At one point, Matt even ended up admitting to sharing underwear with Jack when they used to be friends.
So I kind of got the gist that she wanted to move on to Jack. So that's why I literally asked her, like, I can give you up to Jack if you really want that. And she doubled down and she said that she liked me. She didn't like Jack. Jack's not even her type. In my stance, it's super confusing. This girl's telling me one thing, and then I have Jack and Logan telling me that she's scared of me. At the end of the day, how the f am I supposed to know that this girl's not liking me when she's literally telling me to my face that I'm fine and I'm doing everything fine and everything? I was asking McKinley, like, what's good with her? Like, do you want to get with Jack? Because if so, we share underwear, we can share girls.
Well, we shared underwear back in the day. Of course we shared girls. Just what? I hate everyone involved with this. Some of Jack's other claims against Matt include him abusing his own dog, being so disruptive and scary that they had to call the cops on him one time, with someone named the Kick Joker posting what looks to be the official police report from March of last year. Matt's only response to this was, what happens when your own friend calls the police on you? He was complaining to the cop, trying to get me arrested for nothing. I'm not exactly sure what nothing means in this scenario. I wish he would delve a little further into that.
We had to call the cops on him once because he threatened to kill two of the girls and threatened to kill himself, and he beat the shit out of his dog that day body slamming his dog, punching the fuck out of him. Me and my friend Logan literally fucking were about to beat the shit out of him for it, but the cops were there. The cops got there. It was an insane fucking night. So much shit went down. And if this guy really wants to start, I have so much dirt against him, bro. We have all the girls ready to come forward about you, bro. You're a piece of shit. No girl ever wants you.
Jack also provided this insane clip of Matt going absolutely ballistic, screaming slurs left and right, and supposedly being abusive to the girls who were there.
I'm a winner. I don't give a fuck. I'm done with this shit, bro. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I do without a fucking win. I'm not a fucking loser. I'm gonna fucking get to the top. And when I'm there, I'm gonna say fuck everything. So I'm a fucking winner. I fucking win. I'm not a fucking loser. I'm a fucking winner. All I do is fucking win. That's all I fucking know how to do.
With $500 in his bank account.
We're all that niggas. We all do it. So we just stop fucking around and do it then. Fuck this place. Fuck this fans lost bullshit. Fuck fucking bitches. Fuck that shit.
But Matt has only doubled down on this clip, stating there were no girls being abused or threatened, and that he was only venting about someone asking him to do OF, which doesn't align with his Christian values. But I guess screaming the N-word over and over does?
So I'm here to explain the video of the black screen. It was recorded by this girl that was in the other room, and I just got off a call with someone that was trying to get me to do like OF stuff and whatnot, and like they were like telling me stuff about my morals, and I just feel like the OF stuff's wrong and it's not something that God would want. Listen to it again, listen to that video again, and really listen to my words. I only win, so understand it, listen to it however many times you need to, and just understand that I always win. So, yeah.
It's also worth noting that Claire, the girl who Matt says was drunk when she signed with Jack, liked McKinley's original thread and has gone back and forth with Matt herself, claiming he forcibly kissed her as well, though Matt replied by stating this was consensual and that Claire had the timeline wrong, posting additional screenshots that seem to show Claire being friendly with him after the alleged assault would have taken place. Claire's explanation for this is that she was only trying to be nice to Matt in spite of what happened and wanted to give him a second chance. Now, I know I just threw a lot at you there. These are some very serious allegations being made on both sides with an unfortunate lack of proof to go along with most of it. It's kind of hard for me to trust Matt. Not only are there so many girls who have now stepped forward about him, but he definitely seems unhinged from the audio we've heard. And we already know he lied about Keemstar being on Jack's payroll, so his credibility isn't the best in my eyes right now. But that wouldn't mean Jack isn't signing these girls to unfavorable deals. I mean, here he is saying he's only going to pay McKinley $3,000 of her OnlyFans earnings in these leaked messages with Matt, but it sort of just reads as a crude joke, and I have no real idea as to what percentage he's actually taking. Neither side has offered any evidence to definitively prove what these splits are. So show me what it says in the contract. Is somebody, anybody. In the meantime, we're just not going to know for sure. Maybe these deals are actually fair and there's nothing there to be seen. Or maybe it's a matter of time before more girls begin to speak out like Natalie. And of course, there are still circumstances where you can sign a terrible contract without it being against the law per se. The illegal part would be if Jack were getting these girls to sign while under the influence. I know I'm not exactly the most well-educated legal mind in the world, but I am pretty sure that would be contract fraud, which would be even worse if it turned out to be true that he waited until the day these girls turned 18 to sign them. Again, I've seen no actual evidence for that at this moment, but it's not like he hasn't risked massive liabilities in the past with who he chooses as his bodyguards. You don't need me to tell you at this point, Jack isn't the most responsible, considerate person out there. But at the same time, Natalie and Matt haven't given me much reason to take their word at face value either. Natalie is a cloud-addicted freak who has done entire prank videos pretending to be a pedophile and kidnapping kids to film against their parents' will.
Hey, you want some free candy? I said if he wants free candy. I just asked if he wants free candy. It's a social experiment. It's a social experiment. It's a social experiment. It's just a social experiment.
Hey, Natalie, what is it again?
It's a social experiment.
Oh, okay, wasn't sure. And Matt does come across a little bitter when he isn't reposting flat earth conspiracies or getting mad at gay Doritos on Twitter. So it's up to you what you want to make of this horrific, vomit-inducing mess. Maybe at some point we'll get more information to make things clearer, but in the meantime, I'm content with saying I do not feel good about any of the people involved here. Based on what we know, I only have sympathy for the girls Jack signs to his OF empire. If not for the alleged details in their contracts, then just for the simple fact that they have to live in the same house as Jack and Doherty. A fate so harrowing I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Okay, I know that was kind of a lot, but I promise we're done with Jack, okay? Yeah, I won't subject you to any more of his broccoli hairstyle any longer. We're done, okay? This might be a good place for you to pause, use the restroom, get some water, give some money to Palestinian relief if you're able to. Me and over 100 other creators have teamed up to raise $1 million of humanitarian aid for civilians displaced in Gaza through organizations like MAP, Heal Palestine, and the PCRF. So please, I would encourage you to donate if you can. It's a great cause, and the link for it will be in the description below. In the meantime, I have to warn you, the rest of this video is only going to get more mentally taxing from you. Our next subject doesn't quite have the name recognition as Neon or Jack, but he does have a similarly unsavory reputation with those who have heard of him. It's time we meet.
Yo, when them cameras come on, I don't know how to act.
Just Snags began his career alone in his room, streaming NBA 2K and Madden to a modest following on Twitch. Little did he know, however, that in just a few short years, he'd find himself issuing an apology video to the Mexican cartel for dissing El Chapo on Kick. I'm not joking, this is something this man has done.
I'm every Mexican shot. El Chapo. El Chapo. Mexico, I will piss all over y'all in. El Chapo, I wrote that one. The whole cartel, suck my dick. And I'm going to Mexico next week. Never scared of no Mexican. I'm going to Cabo, all that. Come do something to me, pussy.
Going after the entire country of Mexico just for the meme of it, I guess. I'm not even really sure what you can do to make sense of this.
I said El Chapo. That's somebody in my chat name, you know what I'm saying? I could be Spanish or something. El Chapo. That's still El Chapo. Not El Chapo. You know what I'm saying? You know, I just want to apologize, you know, to all the Mexican people. I love Mexican. I would love to get on the phone with El Chapo and him tell me that me and him is good, you know? El Chapo, I would love to be part of the cartel and work for you, big dog.
So how do we get to this point where Snags is quite literally afraid to walk around in public in fear of the cartel turning him into Tortuga from Breaking Bad? Well, Snags doesn't call himself Mr. Do Anything to Go Viral, Mr. See Red, and Mr. Promote the Violence for nothing. Snags is serious when he says he will do anything for the content. And that could be anything from trying to give himself a hemothorax by beating his chest for hours on end until it turns red and purple. I'm not exactly sure why he does this, but it does seem to leave an impression on his fans.
I love the baby. Baby, Nazi.
Don't compromise.
Those same fans who don't seem to be over the age of 9, but also like to hear him say stuff like this, I guess.
I want them to put their boot on my neck like George Floyd, you heard? I want to cop today. I want to cop the stand on my neck today. That's my goal, man.
I mean, most of his content consists of what I just showed you, along with dissing members of the New York drill scene, something that I don't even think his elementary school viewers could comprehend, but maybe that's beside the point.
I can't wait till I can say that little swing. I swear he's going to eat you,
Snags is pretty indiscriminate when it comes to choosing his enemies. Those enemies include, but are not limited to, other streamers.
I'm beating you out them Jesus, that big ass clothing. I don't care how many skills you got with you.
Members of the LGBTQ community.
I'm gonna beat the shit out your ass. I'm every shot okay. Fuck up.
Ah, go dig.
And of course, anyone unlucky enough to encounter him in public, as evident by the way he threatens random mall goers and tells his chat he's looking for someone to beat up.
Eat that beer. I hate that beer. You grab that head. You grab that head. What is he slapping at? Get her, bro. This little ass girl. Quit punch her sister, bro. Don't care. I will beat both of them up, bro. I want to punch on niggas who got mad time left on this earth, bro.
But remember, guys, God moves him. Just trust in the Lord with all your heart. Before long, you'll be outwardly wishing death on all your acquaintances and being blatantly racist to complete strangers over the internet.
That baby. Two animated characters. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't think that's in the Bible. But if this format looks familiar to you, it's because Snags is using the same Omegle alternative site Monkey that RiotLol used to obtain CP for his Discord server. Over the past year or so, Monkey has been kind of the default place to go for quick and easy content, especially if you're an up-and-coming creator looking to make some viral, epic moments. But you gotta keep in mind the moral compasses of these new age streamers are pretty much non-existent, meaning their interactions can devolve into pure debauchery in a moment's notice.
That f***ing deadass inbred you.
What?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 11.
Oh, daddy.
As far as Snags goes, there are literally countless instances of him going way overboard and just straight up harassing whoever he's talking to. I mean, my man is so criminally horny, he doesn't even hesitate to openly flirt with random women in front of an audience of, as we've seen, kids. I mean, they're young.
Can I be right there? Can I be right there? Between your legs? Let me see something. Yeah, let me see something. Yeah, I will punish that little no funny shit. That's for me. That's for me right there. That's for me. That's for me. That's for me.
Hell yeah.
You got an Instagram?
But then again, it's not like Snags has ever stopped himself from including literal children in his quest to go viral, resorting to sexually harassing a 14-year-old girl in this disgusting and infamous clip.
Can I play with that little 8th grade play?
Imagine a 24-year-old man saying something like this to your younger sister or niece or daughter. It immediately made the rounds on Twitter, reaching an audience outside the insular bubble he was used to dealing with, leading him to publish the most sincere and heartfelt apology ChatGPT could offer. To everyone who it concerns, I would like to apologize to those who have been affected by a recent video clip that has come out. I would first like to say that video clip is completely out of my character, for I have a mother, sisters, and other family members who are females. Therefore, I respect females and would never want to endanger anyone. I will do my part as an influencer by never indulging in such behaviors no matter what. Lastly, I want to apologize to my family, fans, and supporters. Fans and supporters. Oh wow, really hitting them all, I guess. Again, I apologize and plan to do a lot of damage control / reflecting around the situation. May all be well and everyone be safe. You know, after reading through this entire thing, I think he may have actually written this himself. ChatGPT is ass, but it would never be this incomprehensible. Though if this doesn't feel sincere enough, Snags would then take to his stream to read out the statement verbatim in a genuine demonstration of how truly sorry he is.
To everyone who is concerned, I would like to apologize to those who have been affected by a recent video clip that has came out.
Even if he is sorry, it's just impossible to take seriously when it feels like something Roderick Heffley would be forced to say.
I'm sorry, women.
But then again, I guess the apology didn't matter at all in the end because he later tried to argue the clip was AI.
People hating, still watching. That's what I'm saying. Snags, you're the keyword. Who said that? Oh my God. Nick, that was an AI clip. Wallahi, I would never do that, bro.
Yep, that wasn't him harassing an 8th grade girl. No, that was an elaborate deep fake that someone made of this extremely niche streamer in an attempt to cancel him for doing something completely in line with his character. I mean, are you kidding me? This is what you do, dude. How are people gonna believe this is AI when that's your character? That's your brand. I don't care what his excuse is or how many times he tries to apologize. That kind of comment directed at a child is inexcusable in any context. It should result in an immediate ban, no questions asked. But then again, this is Kick, and Snags wasn't quite done with his reign of terror just yet. He had things to do, events to promote, like boxing.
It's MMA, it's riding all type of shit.
Shockingly enough, Snags' career didn't change much after this clip. In fact, he found himself able to continue hanging out with the biggest streamer on the site, a man that I'm sorry to keep bringing up is Aiden Ross. Aiden had met Snags a little while back. They'd streamed together a few times in person, and although he was never an official member of SSB, he was certainly adjacent to that community for a while. Just some context here for any normal people out there. SSB refers to Aiden's now defunct streaming group, which included the likes of Cheezer, Convy, Cuff, and a person named Schnaggy Hose. I know it may sound like I'm pranking you, but I promise these are all real people. I could probably do an entire video on Cheezer. I don't have the mental capacity for it at the moment, but I will go ahead and let these clips speak for themselves.
Is that a naked baby, bro?
No, he's not naked.
Get him naked. I want to see him naked. GT, I'll suck a baby's. I want a fucking baby right now.
Yeah, get out of here before I stick my dick in you. Hurry up.
Bro,
what?
16. How old are y'all? How old are y'all?
We're 16.
Yeah, as you can tell, he's also a big frequenter of Monkey and has zero restraint when it comes to blurting out the most grotesque sequence of words that pops into his disease-ridden head. Sexualizing real babies and pulling out a dildo to trick girls into thinking he's exposing himself to them. My question is, why do you own that thing in the first place? Doesn't really make a ton of sense for someone so ardently homophobic.
Why are you gay?
Similar to Neon, Jack, and Snags, though, Cheezer strangely finds himself unable to take even a crumb of accountability when confronted by the literal co-founder of Kick. Instead, he just resorts to pointing out how that clip of him being a dumbass was actually just AI.
Bro, on my life, I did not mean what I said. Half of it was AI, and the other one, they cut out before I could even give my context. Like, I'm sorry for what I said.
Bro, how many of these streamers are gonna use this defense? Does anyone actually believe it? Am I not understanding how dumb these fans are? I mean, who are you fooling? But this video isn't about Cheezer. We're still talking about Snags and his relation to someone with actual equity in Kick. See, Aiden figured Snags would be the perfect addition to the influencer boxing match he was in the middle of organizing. And suddenly, Snags found himself right in the middle of a highly publicized event that had the potential to bring his career of harassing strangers and children online to the next level. He fought two people, Big X and Cuff'em, beating both of them in an MMA-style cage match and naturally elevating his status as a member of Aiden's entourage. While a more well-adjusted streamer may have been able to use this time in the spotlight to springboard themselves into more success, Snags was either too dumb or too unappealing to do that. He never signed an official contract with Kick and essentially went back to doing the literal only thing he knew how to do, making an ass out of himself on video chat. But instead of sexually harassing a teenager, this time Snags decided he was going to take aim at the deaf community. It's about time someone puts those guys in their place.
Stop speaking sign language. All that silent. You deaf?
I am actually deaf.
No, you're not. No, you do not, bro. Don't be with. Oh, shit, my fault. I'm going to have. Yeah, they going.
Of course, some have pointed out that Snags didn't know this girl was deaf until after he had made his remarks, but that doesn't really make it any better because the rest of the clip is just him relentlessly bashing her appearance for no reason whatsoever.
You not bad enough. Your nose, you got the beak on you. You look like you stink. Your hair look mad rough. Like, comb your hair a little bit. Yeah, you. And your lips.
Why are you so mean?
Dumb. Look, your lips look mad dry. Your hands is mad fat.
Again, very Christian move. This is another clip that happened to make the rounds with Dexerto, Drama Alert, Scuba Ryan, Clout Farms on Twitter, and before long, it even got picked up by the world's youngest flexer herself, Lil Tay. Imagine making fun of someone for something they can't control, all while being a pedophile at the same time, even including the original clip of Snags with the 8th grader, who in their right mind sets up the camera, starts a stream on Twitch, goes on Monkey, and says this to girls my age.
Can I play with that little 8th grade?
Pretty valid point there, I would have to say. Kind of hard to argue with anyone who might want to label him a pedophile when he's got clips like these floating around. But Snags was pretty quick to respond, defending his good name by going ahead and proving the exact point Lil Tay set out to make.
Come to SD Island, Lil Tay. Let me show you around SD Island.
Man, how do you expect to beat the pedo allegations by telling another 14-year-old you're going to take them to Epstein's Island? And he does not let up.
Tunnels. I want you to take the tunnel entry. Take the tunnel entry.
Whatever happened to respecting and not endangering females, Snags? And don't tell me you didn't mean what you wrote in that apology. Snags repeatedly threatens Lil Tay with physical violence, saying he's gonna woo walk on her grave after he crushes her skull, all while his own chat is spamming things like, she's a minor, she's 16, stop now. Like, how ignorant do you have to be, man? Streamer Just Snags violates Lil Tay. Yeah, I don't know if that's the word I would use. He's out here harassing a child like a job because it practically is his job, which I did do some further digging and found this clip of his community raiding Lil Tay's Discord, spamming it with even more threatening messages and reposting it on a fan account as if it's something to brag about. Surprisingly enough, Snags did end up being hit with what was meant to be a 1-month ban, either for the clip with him and the deaf girl, the clip of him threatening the middle schooler, or the clips of him threatening other middle schoolers. Honestly, it's pretty hard to keep track at a certain point. The bottom line was Snags reached an achievement that so few streamers do. Managed to get banned from Kick for a pretty lengthy period of time. And while I'm sure the average person would consider some form of action pretty well deserved considering what he said, not everyone agreed.
I just believe that we gotta just let some certain shit fly, and I really stand for my people, bro, and I stand for this platform. So, I worked out with Eddie. Eddie literally told me, he said, yo, I'm gonna unban Snags. Give me 48 hours, so Snags will be unbanned. and I'm gonna unban some other people that have been like indefinitely suspended or permanently suspended because I don't believe in that shit, bro.
Aiden Ross wasted no time in assuring his good pal that he had nothing to worry about. He was gonna make sure Snags got unbanned in the next 48 hours. Not exactly the most shocking move from Aiden when we consider the type of characters he surrounds himself with who are not named Snags. But as the days and weeks went by, Snags' account remained completely dead, gone, buried. No traces of his clips or VODs can be seen anywhere across Kick, and that made Snags a little upset.
No, man, Eddie, free me on Kick. I'm gonna come to Australia and beat on you. Word of mama, I'm gonna beat on you and your wife. Eddie, your wife now. You got me mad, you know what I'm doing? Now I'm gonna say your wife. Aiden Ross, Issa, I don't care. Get mad, get tight. Beat me for longer, cause I told about your bitch. Fuck Issa. That's why Big X put his all in her mouth and you still kissed her. Oh my God, you smart. Oh my God.
In typical Snags fashion, he decided to bite the hand that feeds him a little bit and slammed both Aiden and Ed Craven for allowing him to be so unjustly deplatformed. I guess Snags has never had to be a mature adult in his life, so this may be a shock to hear, but saying you're gonna assault the wife of the owner of the website you are trying to get unbanned from is probably not gonna do you many favors. And mind you, this was after Snags tried to come back early with a new account, and the man just can't stay away from the limelight. He's a fiend for the content. But according to Aiden, the bigwigs at Kick are a little more trepidatious about having Snags come anywhere near their platform, especially after countless warnings went completely ignored.
The thing about Snags is he's been warned so many fucking times. He's had like literally like 10 warnings. The issue is the last clip that banned him was that fucking thing. Hopefully we can get him unbanned. I'm working on it, bro. Like they fucking hate him. You know?
And I mean, would you blame them? This is a guy who regularly puts himself in the line of fire, willing to get assassinated by the Mexican cartel if it means getting reposted by Dexerto on Twitter. Which, by the way, just so we're clear, the cartel has been known to lethally target influencers who disrespect them in the past. So this isn't just fake beef for internet points. What Snags is doing comes with real life consequences, but I doubt he really understands that. I am not exaggerating when I tell you Snags has expressed wanting to crash his car for the sake of going viral.
See somebody walking on right now, I might just smack him with the V, like pedestrian and all. Like I'm just on bad timing all 2024 summer, you heard? Like get the road, get the road. Like yo, if I see a lady right here walking with her dog, kid, stroller, I'm hitting that bitch.
He says he wants his first fan meet and greet to get shot up.
I really turned crazy. I really turned little kids crazy, bro. I can't wait till I have my first meet and greet, bro. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a shootout. Like, mad is gonna get shot at my meet and greet. Like, I'm gonna be the only streamer that hosts a meet and greet that gets shot up. Like, I can't wait, bro. Y'all gonna start crashing out. Y'all gonna start just in the crowd. Like, oh my God, I can't wait, Marty. Like,
he's threatened to gun down gay pride parades himself.
I'll go to a gay parade and shit up, suck my dick.
In one clip, he even says his next viral moment will be when he shoots 30 people at a public event.
Yo, my next viral clip, I'm gonna be on Fox 5, Channel News, like, just like Snags' massive death, like, oh my God, just like Snags just killed 30 people, he just shot up a parade, like.
Snags, in my opinion at least, is a disturbed individual. The powers that be woke up his inner demon in his own words, and I'd rather we don't find out what that means.
I'm free to demon. I need some kids to talk to, bro.
Man, you can compare yourself to demons all you want, but at least give up the Christian shtick. I don't know who you're fooling at this point. But to really stand out on Kick, you need to be willing to let go of morality a bit. You get a little crazy, you know, stoop pretty low. And it's hard to find someone who will stoop lower than... You probably haven't heard of daring grabs. Not many people have. And I doubt I have much audience overlap with someone who posts things like crashing a 4-year-old's birthday party, cops called. Now, this isn't even on Derek's channel because as I'm typing this now, Derek is battling 2 community guideline strikes on his channel, meaning he's 1 strike away from losing it all permanently and has taken down all of his videos in order to play it safe. But not to worry, according to his Twitter, he'll be making his much anticipated return before you even know it. In the meantime, we're just gonna have to learn about him through his collabs with Bucky, FPS, really piss poor name there, I'm afraid. These guys' idea of quality content in 2022 was to film families and children enjoying themselves at Chuck E. Cheese, despite being repeatedly asked to leave the premises.
I can't let you guys like film inside. It's all right, guys. Cut your deal. Sorry. We'll cut you a deal. That's got to leave that.
This worker literally tells them right when they get there they're not allowed to film and that they need to get out of the store. Shocker, they don't listen and are told to leave a second time by what looks to be the manager. So what do? They accuse the manager of sexual harassment.
Excuse me? Do not. That is sexual assault. Sexual assault.
They're just trying to say whatever they can to cause the most commotion. Luckily, nobody around them really seems to care, though they do make sure to repeatedly assure the employees that they aren't filming.
He's not recording. It's a camera lens so you can see. Yeah. No, he has seizures and stuff. Oh, no, because he's trying to see. He has seizures and stuff so he can only see through a lens. But sir, you still have no proof that I was recording anything, and you took my...
in the window with the camera?
That is I don't know what that is that he's recording.
Now, I'm sure you can deduce that by us now watching this footage on YouTube, the camera was in fact on when they lied and said it wasn't. A trend we'll notice with Derek Graz here in a minute. But in the meantime, the cops get called, so they have no choice but to leave.
Then we got kicked out for bullshit.
The guy next. I'm down for whatever. Just get him out of here.
Yo, he went a little nutty with it, my boy. Hey, yo, that's crazy. But anyway, let's get to Judge Janine.
Or does he not pay politically as that appeals process, plays out, and he now calls to the American people to deliver their own verdicts in November?
Well, I think that the American people will be struck by this, as we're all struck by it, in different ways. I, as a former prosecutor and a judge who knows the state courts and who knows the state law, I know that this is riddled with reversible error. I know that there was no basis to charge this crime, this alleged crime, and to resurrect dead misdemeanors based upon non-unanimous federal violations of the election law or of the tax law. So, I mean, you've got that, but there's also a gut punch to the criminal justice system in the United States. People realize we are no longer safe anymore, and it's because of the progressive left agenda of making sure that we don't keep people in jail. And, they're out there with 33 arrests, but, they're still assaulting people or violently attacking people down the street here. But now we've got...
I like that the argument literally is like, dude, what are you doing? You're supposed to only arrest poor people. You can't arrest rich people.
One of the most famous...
Like, everyone's argument, all the Republicans that are defending Donald Trump's, their arguments are reduced to, hello, you're not supposed to arrest powerful people, idiot. That's not what the system is for, idiot. This is no different than when maybe Lindsey Graham or maybe another Republican, we don't know who, or a Democrat, we don't know who told ICC prosecutor Kareem Khan, hello, the International Criminal Court is for thugs. It's for African warlords and thugs like Putin, not for Israeli or American officials. What are you saying?
Individuals in the world, a former president of the United States who can be taken down by a George Soros-funded prosecutor on a crime that doesn't exist, where not one person put his finger anywhere near that bookkeeping, and now they're going to return a verdict and say, oh, he's guilty, he's definitely guilty. This is a jury pool made out of 85 to 90% of the people are anti-Trump, not pro-anybody, anti-Trump. That's the jury pool. We knew it. We have a judge who wasn't picked out of the wheel or out of the drum, as all of us judges are. And he was a judge who was selected not just for the Trump organization, not just for the this case, but also for the another case that involves the who was the guy who was the Bannon case as well. This is an anti-Trump judge, an anti-Trump prosecutor. America is going to respond to this. This is a gut punch. We want to see politicians fight. We don't want to see what they do in third world countries, to have one side start indicting and jailing the other side. This is not American. This is not who we are. And to see this happen...
There's nothing funnier than making this argument on behalf of Donald Trump, who literally ran on arresting Hillary Rodham Clinton. Lock her up was one of the more popular chants the notion that like we don't do that in America, like this kind of moralistic posturing is so funny. Where are the law and order lovers and defenders? Where are the people that always love saying, don't do the crime if you can't do the time? Which, by the way, no time will be given to him regardless. But what happened? I thought we were a nation of law and order. What happened? Is it really impossible for him to get time? It would be strange if he got time. It'd be awesome, but it would be crazy if he got any time off of this.
Happened before our eyes when we know that this is not legitimate. When a defendant was not advised of the crimes that he was charged with, they don't even know what the crimes are until we get to the charge to the jury, as if the prosecution and the judge, with a wink and a nod, said, hey, I'll give you that old accomplice testimony, even though we didn't charge Donald Trump with aiding and abetting anyone else. I'll throw it in as a matter of law. He's an accomplice. And I'll throw in those federal election violations. So they'll have to say, yeah, Donald Trump must have done it too. And I'll throw in a hooker and a guy who's a serial perjurer. This is lunacy. And I think that any red-blooded American who sees this is going to understand this isn't what we do to our political...
The crazy I'll throw in a hooker and a guy who's a serial perjurer. It's like, bro, those are the people Trump chose to associate with and literally paid to associate with. What are you talking about? Like, we're acting like these people were in the periphery, totally unrelated to Donald Trump, and he just happened to be in the vicinity and like caught a stray. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, he paid the hook and paid them to perjure. What are we talking about?
If they convict him, holy, he was found guilty. Holy, holy, mother, you suck. You suck. There is no zone seized on enemies. We're liberating A.
God, I love the Republicans. Come on, dude. They're such content. I love Donald Trump. You got a problem with that? Gays for Trump.
Not guilty. He's not guilty. You piece of that. What the God? He should die.
You're gay?
I'm serious when I say this. I think Trump supporters in big cities that are like otherwise Democratic strongholds are literally visibly more insane than like the lifelong Republican that lives in some rural ass town in Texas. Not even a question. Like, these guys are almost always so much more nutty. And I think a big part of the problem for the Republican Party is that they pay too much attention to these freaks and like literally cause a lot of the
They have to be literally be in another, not literally,
don't pay attention.
they have to be in another world up here.
To whatever's going on, and they just kind of like vote for still racist reasons or tax reasons or whatever. Like, those are the guys who are just like, what's going on? This is like a little bit too much.
They're all your dead. They're all found guilty. Mother dead. Yeah. Mother. There's no justice in this country. Corruption. It's all corruption. I have a message for you. You won the con. Won the con. I'm pissed. Fucking Joe Biden. All I know is this. Yeah. Guilty on a whole nother animal and a whole new way. It's a lynching. It's a lynching. It's political interference. It's over. There's no justice in this country. It's over. How do you feel? Corruption. Tell me your reaction.
Greatest city in the world. Fuck you.
I'm shocked. I don't want to believe it. That's unbelievable.
What do you think about the verdict?
They're doing this. The
Corruption, the judge
means that they can do this to all of us.
1776,
I'm
baby.
No,
you're not. Calm down.
No, I'm not going to calm down. And the people who are on the ground, the only man that ever stood up for me in my life, through and through, Donald Trump.
Oh my God, he's crying. Oh my God, he's crying. Bro, what? He's crying.
Kind of sweet.
Bro, he's shedding real tears for Trump. That's awesome. That's fire. That's, oh God, that's so good. Oh, that feels awesome to see.
Yo, you just won the election, I'll tell you that much.
Joe Biden. How come people become this mentally ill? That's crazy. Like, I don't know what you do with this.
These people are so politically illiterate. Like, they don't.
Are a good start.
Joe Biden, like, literally, like, half of the people who would vote for Joe Biden don't want to vote.
Take the zones. Defend them.
Guy, you can't save this guy. And of course, he's live streaming it too and filming it.
We're taking zone A.
I hope the country doesn't burn down. Not guilty. I hope that we can find a way to love each other and to make right this prostitution.
We're talking about loving each other in the country while he's shedding tears for Donald Trump.
Go yourself and your mother. Is one of us. He's one of us. And now they have only made the poll numbers go higher. I guarantee that's what you're going to see coming next. The polls are going up. Donald Trump is going to win even harder. They're going to have to bring in
So why are you guys mad then? You should be excited, right? See, now this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's like you should be excited then that the
Tell me one thing about MAGA that makes sense.
polls are definitely going to go up. Why are you mad?
Michelle Obama, they're going to have to bring in Michelle Obama, Big Mike in August to try and fix things. But that's not going to work either. The numbers are going to go so high for Trump right now that it's over for Biden. It's over for the Democrats.
You, Judge Juan, you. There is no justice in this country. You want a democracy. This is America. You railroaded this man. He committed no crimes. You. I'm mad as hell, as they say. I'm mad as hell. Let's take to the streets. Let's take to the streets. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Let's
But
take
you
to the
have.
fucking streets. Good. Let's block traffic.
Someone say you are.
Corruption in this country. They're convicted an innocent man. He committed no crime.
Congratulations, Trump just won the election.
Guerrilla warfare was easy. There'd be a lot fewer.
I think it's time for dancing in the streets. Dancing in the streets. Him. Trump every day. The guy next. I'm down for whatever. Just get him out of here.
Meanwhile, show of support for Trump here in South Florida. Dozens gathered.
Yo, he went a little nutty with it, my boy. Hey, yo. Yo, that's crazy.
Local 10's Christian De La Rosa live now with this part of our team coverage tonight. Christian.
These were people who felt compelled, obligated to be as close as they could to Mar-a-Lago, even if the former president wasn't here to show their support. And also share why they think today's verdict could in fact bolster Trump in November.
Bro, these people are so crazy. They went to Mar-a-Lago. Like, they have like a religious affiliation with Trump.
The enemy is attacking Trump.
We have to support our president.
They're making it. They're acting like they're doing like a pilgrimage to Mecca or something, bro. This is their Hajj.
Grenades away.
With his guilty
He thought that maybe there was some hope.
I didn't think they were going to get him on all 34 counts, which kind of tells you what's going on in New York.
This is completely political. Anybody who cannot see that, they have been brainwashed by this media.
Brainwashed.
from Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago, supporters like Leona Mangan.
I went to January the 6th. Give me liberty or give me death. Even Mother Teresa could not get out from under that.
Like titanium, they're convinced. Hush money payments charges against the former president for an abuse of power to begin with.
I don't think he did anything wrong.
They're also convinced Trump will eventually come out victorious.
Surely these things will all be overturned.
And as far as the race for president,
I don't think it's going to help him or hurt him. Not at all. I think the independents, even if you're on the fence, have already made up their mind. They can
across the street, a much smaller number of people celebrate.
Diddle a porn star and hush money payments get tucked away and you fill out your books illegally, then you will go to jail.
And even with just a handful of counter-protesters across the street, things remain peaceful. We're live right outside Mar-a-Lago tonight. I'm Christian De La Rosa, Local 10 News.
And our team coverage continues now with Local 10's Alex Finney live outside Versailles, where another crowd of supporters rallied for Trump. Alex.
Yes, Calvin, very, very spirited crowd that was here for several hours today. As we know, a lot of people were here as that verdict came down. Of course, you have a lot of people on both sides with very strong opinions. Sounding off for former President Donald Trump.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
A verdict that many we spoke with said came down quicker than expected.
I mean, it was so fast.
We're winning!
I'm surprised.
Keep up the fight!
People gathered outside of Versailles in Little Havana.
Doesn't seem to be fair that
Liberate all zones from enemy occupation!
Honestly, fuck all these. These are idiots.
Amigos taking B!
No, Trump's gonna lose. I'm calling it now.
Justice system prevailed.
All of this coming soon after a Manhattan jury found the former president guilty on all 34.
Biden is the luckiest fucking president to ever run, ever. Because he is terrible. He's still gonna win. He is.
Felony counts of falsifying business records in his New York hush money criminal trial. A felony conviction of a former president unprecedented.
His lawyer was the one who did it.
This man giving his thoughts on the news.
I hope he can run for president. I hope he can become president because, you know, Trump's who we want in there.
And still a lot to be seen now at the...
These are wag jobs. Oh, and by the way, the one meme, I've been trying to get the word out, but I've been banned on X. The one meme with the guy who's screaming, what everyone's comparing to the 2016 woman who's screaming, is fake. That dude is from Jimmy Kimmel. Asshole. There was plenty of real psycho MAGA. We didn't need the fake one out there to make it look like it's a psyop. Fuck that. Jimmy Kimmel, fuck off, you liberals.
This hour here, a little after 11 p.m. A lot of people have gone home for tonight. Those honks have officially started to die down a bit. But again, we have a lot coming up in the next few days, weeks, and months ahead.
Like, seriously, you're trying to discredit the whole opposition. Like, get that guy off your fucking show.
Stay tuned. Right now, this is the very latest. We are live in South Florida. Well, in Little Havana, that is. Alex Finney.
Enemy spy activated.
Trump himself was greeted by supporters outside Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue.
And that is where we find CBS 2's Dave Carlin. Dave, what is the reaction there tonight?
Well, this place so busy with all of his comings and goings. Right now, he is inside. It began, of course, him going to court, then him coming back from court. Then around dinner time, he went out again and came back in. You'll see the video right now. Now, all the while, people have been here to greet him.
After the sun went down, some staunch Trump supporters kept their flags waving, predicting another Trump presidency.
I wanted he'd be here.
That Jimmy Kimmel shit, though, like, I don't blame the left, man. I blame the media because they were. I saw that shit, but MSNBC and CNN. They just fucking good job.
The message is it's going to backfire on the Democrats. It's going to backfire on Sleepy Joe. It's going to backfire on Albert Bragg, and Trump is going to win. And I will vote for him.
Trump's going to lose, stupid.
She's wearing an NYPD hat with the "Bring Our Hostages Home" pin on it. You know she's a cop.
Jail.
Earlier, Chopper 2 was over Fifth Avenue and Trump Tower when the crowd was much larger, with a mix of political persuasions. Friction was minimal.
That took a lot of courage for that jury to come back with that kind of a charge against him. I just think it's amazing.
I think he's going to make America great again. Around 6:15 p.m., Donald Trump entered with a wave to the crowd. He did not stay long and was on the move again, only to return at 9:25. He was also the talk of nearby Times Square.
It shouldn't matter who you are or what you do. If you do the crime, you deserve what's coming to you.
It's insane. That's never happened before in history. So this is something that we're living, and I don't even know how this is going to turn out. I'm shocked.
There is a Trump news conference Friday morning set for 11 a.m. right here.
This guy kind of looks like Julian Assange. Omni Valor. I don't know what you're talking about. Calm down, okay? And perhaps take your medication. What am I supposed to do, man? Please help me. I've apologized a million times. I'm sorry if I've hurt others. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't even know what you did. No one is mad at you. Hegemonic World Peace, you got a lot of viewers that are mentally ill. No shit, I'm on Twitch. And secondly, yeah, says you. But yeah, Omnivalor, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Live in front of Trump Tower, Dave Carlin, CBS 2 News.
All right, Dave, no shortage of opinions tonight. And after the verdict, Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, took to social media. She posted a childhood photo of herself sitting on her dad's lap with the words, "I love you." She did not attend the trial.
New York Attorney General Letitia James is speaking out about the verdict. She issued a statement saying, quote, "No one is above the law." You may recall the AG's office did win a civil fraud lawsuit against Donald Trump and the Trump Organization earlier this year.
Rudy Giuliani had this reaction tonight.
A very sad day for America.
Rule number 6.
Very, very sad day
There's
for anyone
always
who
another
values
war,
justice.
another
and has lived
cantina,
by it. I hope this gets reversed very, very quickly.
The former mayor and Trump attorney has faced his own legal troubles. Last month, Giuliani was indicted on felony charges related to alleged efforts to overturn President Biden's 2020 win in Arizona. And last year, he also lost a defamation lawsuit regarding his false claims about 2 election workers in Georgia.
And outside the courthouse, voters on both sides of the political spectrum made their voices heard. A small but vocal group of anti-Trump protesters gathered in Lower Manhattan after that historic verdict came down. Just down the block, a small pro-Trump group awaited for the arrival of the former president's motorcade.
Quite honestly, it's quite the clown show. But the American people aren't going to fall for it. This will just make Trump stronger.
And we're really thankful that the New York jury was fair and listened and asked questions and came back with 34 counts guilty.
The protests were largely peaceful, and there were no reports of any arrests.
On Long Island tonight, people are also reacting to the verdict.
CBS 2's Lori Bordenero went to Floral Park in Nassau County, and she has more on what they had to say.
We've been talking to a lot of people here, and some people say justice has been served. Others say this is just a political ploy to keep Donald Trump from becoming president. But regardless of political affiliation, people here seem to be genuinely surprised Trump was found guilty on all 34 counts. A few people we spoke with were shocked that he is still allowed to run for president. This is a county where more than 44% voted for Trump in the last election. Trump supporters don't think this verdict will hurt his chances at all come November.
Are you surprised? I'm surprised by the 34 counts, but I'm not like, I do love that in America, even if you're in jail, you can still run for president and even win technically. I think that's dope. I'm not even joking about that. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not doing the dry sarcasm. I think it's an unironically good thing that you can run for president from prison as a convicted felon, and you should be able to vote as a convicted felon and vote from prison as well. So I think it's crazy that we can do one thing.
We should change it to fascists can't vote or run for president then. Period.
But not the other. And no, Trump is allowed to vote for himself because in the state of Florida...
Because all fascists are essentially future criminals because they're genocidal. Exterminationists, they're all wannabe murderers. So make fascism and fascists illegal. Don't take a piss.
If you get convicted, if you're a convicted felon from another state, the state of Florida says normally if you were arrested here with a felony, you wouldn't be able to vote. But because you were arrested and convicted in the state of New York, it depends on what their laws are. And in the state of New York, felons can vote.
November, but some anti-Trumpers would like to see the former president out of the spotlight.
He's a crooked guy. He tells lies, and he doesn't really care about anybody else for himself.
I think that he should have to be removed as the candidate. I don't think he should be allowed to run. He's involved in so many cases, and it's such a distraction. And the only reason he's running is to stay out of jail.
My main problem is, what's the crime?
I'm going to vote for him even more if he runs, because I think it's terrible what they did when there's plenty of other presidents that have done terrible things.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman calling the verdict a big miscarriage of justice and saying there was no basis for this conviction.
If guerrilla warfare was easy, enemy spy activated sonar.
I can't believe the hoax, the sham, this absolute injustice justice system. DA Bragg and the judge should be ashamed of themselves This isn't just ridiculous. This actually erodes the confidence that Americans have in the justice system. Unbelievable. Unfreaking.
These idiots don't know what they're doing. They're about to destroy themselves.
Unbelievable. But good news is coming. D.A. Bragg, hear me clearly. You cannot silence the American people. You cannot stop us.
Fascism is social cancer, and it will kill.
The enemy holds on their zones. Liberate them.
Us from voting for change. Joe Biden's injustice, Joe Biden's two-tier injustice system, weaponizing the justice system of the United States of America against a political opponent? Un-American. Joe Biden, you're fired. We the people stand.
The enemy's winning. Time to fight dirty.
He hit him with a "you're fired." God, it's laughable. It's saying that a black man is saying that there's a two-tier criminal justice system, which is true, except he's saying it about a two-tier criminal justice system for an incredibly powerful, incredibly wealthy former president. That is so unimaginable, dude. You ask that dumb about white supremacy in the criminal justice system, and it's like, oh, that doesn't exist. Our institutions are infallible and perfectly good and designed well. I give this dick-sucking audition a 9 out of 11. People cheering the Trump conviction don't own Bitcoin. What?
My mind was not made up before, but it is definitely made up now.
Yeah, right.
And I will definitely be voting for Donald Trump.
I do not believe his mind was not made up before. Like, who the be like, you know, I'm iffy on that Trump guy, but now that I know that a jury of his peers convicted him, like found him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that he definitely paid hush money to a porn star in an effort to make sure that people did not know that he had sex with a porn star in the lead up to an election, and then falsely documented the payments as regular legal retainers. That is when I was like, this is my guy.
Because the weaponization of the legal system, it is so blatant, and this corruption cannot stand. Whether I like Donald Trump or not, which I don't, I feel that it is essential that I vote for him because I must stand against the lawfare that was put on display by the Democratic Party, Alvin Bragg, all of these folks, and it's a shame because I'm a New Yorker. I live here in New York, and as a black man,
bro, I love how stupid Americans are. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you.
Lives in the United States and in New York. I know what it's like to have the legal system used against you, specifically targeting you. So, I mean, bro, at the end of the day, to expect us to just sit back and watch this happen and just
bro, that's how you know he's lying about like being iffy on Trump. He did the quintessential black Republican move. He did the classic black Republican move. Black conservatives love saying, as a black man, I've experienced racism, and what the racism that Trump is experiencing right now is worse than that. Or it's just like that. Literally, it's classic.
Ride with it like it's okay, like we're stupid and we don't see what's going on. That's crazy. Because if you can do something like this to a former president of the United States, just imagine, people, imagine what they can do to us. I'm sorry, but I'm all in. Trump 2024.
Americans are stupid. One thing that both parties get right. Yeah. I never voted for Trump before, but I certainly will be voting for him now. The Democrats are a clear and present danger to truth. Stay-at-home dad, iconoclast, intellectual, stoner, yogi, meat-eater, runner, beer drinker, unvaxxed. My freedom protects you. Your freedom protects me. The Democrats are a clear and present danger to true justice in the American way. They must be defeated. MAGA. I'm in the same boat. Never voted for him, but will now. But man, oh man, I hope your vote is reliable because the bridges you just burned are never getting rebuilt. Good luck, brother. Dude, Twitter is so unimaginably right-wing. Like, Twitter has become the most right-wing, one of the most right-wing platforms.
Can research a bunch of Stormy Daniels stuff. You can liberate the whole world. Let's go to court.
It's so awesome that they...
That's the dude who was the screaming MAGA dude.
They have no like valid grievances with policy ever. You notice how they don't have any policy opinions at all? Like this entire thing is held together for many people on both sides, by the way. I'm not even just saying this is just about the Democrats or just about the Republicans. For so many American voters, it isn't about policy at all. It's about having their team win, and it's about their own like personal petty grievances being addressed. That's the reason why they're so mad at Robert De Niro. Like Robert De Niro comes out and he's like, yeah, Donald Trump, he's a charlatan or whatever. And they're like, yeah, Robert De Niro, I will kill you. It's like, bro, calm down. Like, why are you so mad? They're identical to, in a way, they're identical to like Divorcelli fans who will find out that someone has wronged their intellectual daddy and will go there and fight like with so much animosity and so much vitriol. And it's like, what is it to you, man? Why are you this mad? It's because they're in a cult. Like, this is not like, oh, I really want Trump because of, I don't know, the tax cuts that are coming for me, right? And these guys want to stop Trump because of the tax cuts. They're like, no, I love Trump, and I have so much rage in my heart that I will literally fight your battles for you, Mr. Trump, sir. I will now make it my life's mission to destroy Robert De Niro. Why? Because Robert De Niro said Trump sucked. Get a life, man. What is wrong with your brain? Spend it on some hobbies, man.
Hey, De Niro, where's your ass now? Right? Where's your ass now? Right?
Like, he is so mentally ill. This guy's faking it for Jimmy Kimmel, I guess, but like, he's so mentally ill, dude. He's like a chatter who thinks I'm speaking directly to him through secret messages or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like Robert De Niro is not personally aware of your existence, man. Calm down, dude. Oh my God, every chatter is like, you're talking to me though, right? I'm not Delulu. The bit right here is this guy portraying himself as a fake Trump supporter to rile up the actual Trump supporters. The problem is the bit actually works really well because the actual Trump supporters are content.
No!
A lot of Trump supporters out here that you can hear.
Oh my God! Yo, that's awesome. Okay, dude, I'm gonna give it to Jimmy Kimmel and the writers. This is solid. This is so solid. The fact that they got...
I'm glad everyone knows now. Thank you.
Mainstream media duped too. That's good as... Bro, that is... Oh, that's so good. Okay, respect. 100%. We have achieved singularity. I'm building a team.
Zone's ours now.
I'm so pleased that there's finally some accountability. Yeah, he's evaded the law for many years, decades, and it's finally caught up to him. And also, we're fighting for democracy here.
Yeah, see, very polite chatter. It was problematic. Not a fan of Kimmel. Yeah. No, it's actually problematic when I serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, but I don't see any of you chirping about that. You literally keep saying 10 out of 10. Or perhaps you're saying all of that because you obviously are subscribed, so you don't give a shit. You know what I mean? You subscribe for $5 or for free. So you've used your Twitch Prime, so you don't care. It doesn't bother you because it doesn't impact you. Selfish. All of you. I get to Brandon in a second.
It was an election interference case. You know, it wasn't just a porn star sex case. It was an election interference case. And did he do it or not? The jury said yes.
We're taking Zone A. They're taking B. Our guerrillas are on A. Zone to this.
Bro, every Trump supporters are a hive mind. Like, actually, they just operate with the same exact talking points. I don't know where they get the talking points from. I don't know how this happened, but they all say the same shit. I haven't heard a single goddamn statement that is unique so far. It's all like, he's innocent. He's the most innocent man in America. Also, this is a travesty. And also, this is going to help his chances. This is actually, I'm mad, but like, I shouldn't be mad, really. I should be happy because he's going to win extra hard. You know what I mean? He's going to win the hardest anyone's ever won. He's going to win so hard it should be illegal. They're going to arrest him again for how hard he won.
It's in the public's eye how they're using this judicial system.
Our side's winning. Don't let up.
From running for president again, because Biden's going to construct the laws in a way where it's only going to benefit him and his people. Trump is going to benefit in a way where it's going to benefit him, but it's also going to benefit people with an opportunity coming from the bottom.
Oh my God, it's Sigma grindset mentality played to its logical conclusion. It's awesome. It's just like, yeah, dude, I'm not there right now, but I promise you, like, Trump is going to change the rules in the rule book to make me win big eventually. He's going to help me, bro. It's like, no, he's not, bro. He's not going to help you, okay? Like, Democrats aren't helping you either, okay? If you were to say, like, oh, the Democrats, what have they done for me? I'm there with you. But, like, how the do you think Donald Trump has helped you or will help you in the future? Like, how are you this insane? It's like the gambler's fallacy, but for voting for Trump this time, dude. Yeah, someone in the Trump, someone in the chat, 99% quit before they hit big. 99% of Trump supporters, likely Trump supporters, quit before they vote for Trump and then have Trump help them succeed on their Sigma grind set.
Don't build a wall. That wall's gonna protect us all. Sounds like a good idea to me. Oh, yeah.
Wait, the Naked Cowboy is a Trump supporter? Or is this a different one? Wait, since when is the Naked Cowboy a Trump supporter? It's a fake? Are there two Naked Cowboys? Folks, we lost the Naked Cowboy. This is causing me to re-triangulate. I think once you lost the Naked Cowboy support, it's kind of Jover for you. I'm not gonna lie, it might be, things are not looking good for Joe. It might be Jover, boys.
Our first reaction was sadness for America, sadness for Trump. But at the end of the day, it's only going to increase his support like every other time they indicted him.
Same thing. It's very scary. Very scary. We're in a third world country right now. I don't even feel like we live in the United States. It could happen to him. It could happen to any of us.
Bro, at any given moment, if I'm standing with a crowd and they're agreeing with me, and like a crowd like this and they're agreeing with me, I'm reconsidering everything. I'm sorry. You might say, oh, you're ugly shaming or whatever. I am, dude, okay? If I'm standing in a crowd and it's all ogres with like genuine rot from within, basically escaping out of every orifice, I'm gonna be like, I gotta really, really, really dial it back. What are we doing here? You know what I mean? Branded like this, I'd be like, maybe I got like, you know, maybe I don't have the best opinions after all. Like, if you ever find yourself in a crowd like this, and it's not even like ugly shaming, it's just like, they're so weird, bro. They're so weird. They're so weird looking and weird. And the things that they're saying are weird. I'd be like, honestly, this seems a little, you know, this seems a little odd. Have you met Twitch chatters? Yes, dude, I go to, what are you talking about? I do meet and greets all the time, okay?
Cup 24.
First of all, you're too ignorant to even try to debate me.
I mean, it's pretty crazy to see this in this moment currently because no other president has really been convicted of 34 counts in any criminal case, basically. But I'm gonna keep it real, as a current presidential candidate and one of the ones actually winning majority support.
Like think about it this way, like they're rolling up. Is that like his dick?
In all states.
Is that Hunter Biden's dick? Like this guy literally took Hunter Biden's naked photos and put them, I mean, you can't see it luckily, so it's fine. But like he took the Hunter Biden crack pics and put it in a book. The moment that you see that, you're like, my side is crazy. Like, look at this car, bro.
Support level from the people are not gonna really, it's not gonna go down much.
That's it for him.
He's walking around with a gay revenge porn scrapbook, dude. Like, come on, dude. How does this signal sanity in any capacity?
He's not going to be able to continue with the campaign. He's not going to be able to run for president if he's found guilty. And then we're stuck with Biden.
This is 100% once again something that I repeated before, but must be repeated again and again and again. These people are hater stands, like, which is worse than just being a stand. Like people will say like, oh, Swifties do this, dude. It's like, yeah, that's also mentally not.
My favorite Spanish number is 14.
Capture zone is ours now.
The,
We're taking zone B.
you know, sanest person to be, but at least they're demonstrating their love for like an artist. You know what I mean? He's significantly healthier than this shit.
And Kamala Harris, that doesn't do anything for us and has not been doing anything for us since he became president.
No, it'll be overturned. It won't stand up in court on appeal.
I kind of worry that it'll further divide our country. And I think it was from the testimony I heard, it sounded like the jury really paid attention and
like you see left-wing protests and shit. Like you saw that old man in the back, right? Hold on, let me go back real quick. I want to show you like what normal people would protest like, okay? And I'm not just saying this because like this man very clearly agrees with me, but it's like Joe Biden, pick up the damn phone. He's wearing a keffiyeh. 24,000 murdered women and children. Very clear-cut protest. There's a reason for why he's protesting. You can tell. He wants the genocide to stop. I personally agree with that. I personally agree with his position. But beyond that, it's like, obviously he's there for a purpose. He's not there being like, I love Donald Trump. I think he's hot. And also, he's not guilty. It's like, it just like weirds me out. It weirds me the out that these people are just like mindlessly simply there because of their love and admiration for a person, and it is so completely devoid of policy, completely devoid of like any tangible thing that will make their lives better or worse. Like they're just there because they love Trump. That's it, and they feel like he's been harmed. That's the difference between like being a cultist and being a person who like actually cares about issues, protesting for specific issues. Blows my goddamn mind.
Since he became president.
No, it'll be overturned.
Very fucking annoying to see. Pisses me off.
I think it was from the testimony I heard, it sounded like the jury really paid attention and I think we need to honor the verdict. I'll be curious to see what the sentencing is.
I feel like the justice system here in America actually worked. The sad part of it is that it could have gone either way. But when he was found guilty on all 34 counts, job well done, justice system in America.
I was already blue. Probably gonna stay blue. Sadly, I think it will have no repercussion in Texas. I don't think Houston, I don't think Texans are going to care. Trump's our guy. Go Trump. Go red. I hope I'm wrong. Please let me be wrong.
I think in the fall, during the election cycle, yeah, it might affect my vote. I'm hurt. Just simply, I don't think we need a convict in office. If that conviction sticks.
Whoa.
I wasn't surprised, but I was still very disappointed. I still thought, you know, maybe there was a chance that Trump was actually innocent and that he hadn't done any of what they said he did. Now, again, I don't support Trump anymore, but I also didn't want a convict running for president. So,
the fuck?
It definitely did put things in perspective for me.
People that love the rules and law are so strange.
As I said, I'm open-minded, but the two major candidates we have are, just, to me, probably one of some of the worst.
Amigos taking B. Zone A is under attack. They got all the zones. That's
I feel very sad for America. Because this is the man who's fighting for America. You know, this is the man who's fighting for America.
Auntie, what are you doing?
He tried to save America.
It's a disgrace what happened here. I'm a native New Yorker. We support Trump. I never voted for him the first time, but we'll do it this time. It's a disgrace. Mr. Trump loves this city. He's a native New Yorker. He doesn't hate this city. He doesn't hate this country.
Auntie got a copy of Epoch Times, and her life changed so dramatically. Okay?
The people that did this hate him.
To jail! To jail!
I've been living the last week. Guilty! I'm so happy.
Feel good. Justice been served. Justice been served. Guilty.
I feel good. It's a great day for the American people, for everybody. I mean, you know, who's against who believe in the law. And I mean, you know, it's a great day. They see him to see that no one is above the law.
Yeah, this was awesome. I'd rather go 0 for 34 than 0 for 9 because you go 0 for 9. That means you stop committing felonies. That means you lost confidence. Young Kobe Wade waiters. That's right, dude. That's right. He has a point. All right.
Maria, sticky grenade, out! Shield out.
That'll come in handy. Captain Thorne is ours now.
New mag, changing mags.
Zone C's got enemies. What goes around, comes around.
Partisan Democrat. He's donated small amounts before to the Biden presidential campaign in 2020, as well as to Act Blue. His daughter is a Democratic activist as well.
He's like, the judge's daughter is a Democratic Party activist? Okay. What does any... Bro, that's crazy. Look, this is the last one. Last part of the equation, we got to hear from Ben Sharpibo, okay? And obviously, Brooklyn Dad Defiant. Shout out to the not convicted email lady who kept her cool all those years, and Trump got his moronic goons chanted, lock her up. Who's laughing now? Hint, it's not you, okay? Brooklyn Dad, baby. Nothing more defiant than being pro-Hillary Clinton. Oh, I got chills. It's her time. She's going to win. She should run.
Last night, in a historic breach of all historical norms, in a move that really does put the Republic on the precipice of serious constitutional disorder, chaos, and disaster, a jury in New York found.
I like that Donald Trump's many different crimes, not even this, but like a shitload of other crimes and corruption that he is engaged in the most incompetent way possible, is not somehow causing this beautiful Democratic Republic to fall apart, but it's actually the prosecution of said crimes and corruption that is putting the Democratic Republic at the precipice of collapse. It's never the guy who's doing it. It's the people going, no, don't do that, actually. That's the problem.
Unanimously that Donald Trump was guilty of 34 separate felonies, all stemming from hush money payments that were made to Stormy Daniels all the way back in 2016. Now, the legal case is an atrocity. It's a ridiculous, ridiculous case. We're going to go through all the details in a moment. It was a political put-up job by Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who came into office pledging to get Donald Trump, not pledging to find his criminal behavior that was actually criminal, pledging to get Donald Trump under any circumstances. And that, of course, mirrored the language of Attorney General Letitia James, who was elected to her position in the state of New York on the basis of, quote-unquote, getting Donald Trump. It was a put-up job by the judge, Juan Mershan, who clearly wants Trump behind bars, which is why I believe that he's probably going to sentence him to jail time come July. I do not think.
Whoa, that would be so sick, dude. I don't think that's the case, but that would be so fire. Dude, that would be awesome. That would be, oh my God. Oh my God. That is like, oh my God. I can't tell if he's like doing this because he just wants to like rile people up for clickbait and or if he legitimately believes it, but oh God, if there was any shot, oh my God. I think Jeff Tiedrich would literally die if that happened. He would bust out the fattest rope that would suck the life force out of him. I think a lot of liberals would unironically die from the collective orgasm that they had. Blanche conceded it's possible that Trump could be behind bars during the convention if the judge imposes jail or prison time and declines to pause the sentence as the appeals process plays out. I don't think it's going to happen. The appeals in and of itself, given the severity of the crime, would mean that like you probably would be fine on bail. You probably wouldn't have to be behind bars. That would be, oh my God, no. If there's a sentence of incarceration and how it's carried out and when it's carried out, I expect that we would ask for a stay of any sentence while the appellate process works its way through the courts. That's discretionary. That's not something that has to be granted. So that's something that I don't want to think about. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's possible, of course. Yeah, even if we're saying it's most likely not going to happen.
That Chekhov's gun can sit above that mantelpiece for the entirety of the second act here. This was a put-up job by the Biden administration, which has been attempting to brand Donald Trump a criminal and a felon since literally the day that they got into office, and the Democratic Party, which has been attempting to label him everything from a Putin cat's paw to a traitor to the country since 2015. It all culminated yesterday in
love how they're trying to make this political. It's insane. They try to make the left like they want to make everything political. This isn't political. He broke the law. And they are trying so hard to make all other supporters believe that these are the Democrats coming after Trump. It's dog shit. The dude broke the law.
In a jury finding in the most ridiculous possible criminal case that Donald Trump was guilty of 34 felonies. It's an absurd case. According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump was found guilty Thursday by a New York jury on all 34 counts in his hush money case, concluding the first ever criminal trial of a former president. Now voters will render their own judgment as Trump, the presumptive GOP presidential nominee, barrels ahead to the November 5th election, using the trial and other prosecutions he faces as a rallying cry for his supporters. President Trump, for his part, responded to the verdict. He responded precisely the way that you would think that he would, with absolute sheer outrage. As is appropriate, here was Donald Trump's statement in the immediate aftermath of the verdict.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA, and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being...
Empty rhetoric in its purest form. It means nothing. The follow MAGA, listen up. He is saying fucking nothing. Stop believing it.
Rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win.
There's no question that this is political. None whatsoever. The basis of the charges...
Based on what, Ben? I mean, you don't talk about the charges ever. None of the right toys do.
Zone's ours now.
Because if they actually did, their listeners would be like, oh, wait, that's kind of fucked. Yeah, fuck rich people and the bullshit that they do.
Is trash. This is a trash case that was brought in a jurisdiction unfriendly to Donald Trump, with a prosecutor who obviously wanted to make his bones on Donald Trump's back, and a judge who wants to be famous based on convicting Donald Trump. This was, in fact, a put-up job. Todd Blanchard, Trump's attorney, he made the point that the timing of this most recent grand jury is quite suspicious. It turns out that it's kind of weird to file a misdemeanor charge, which is really what this was, a misdemeanor business records falsification charge that expired in 2017. In 2023, as Donald Trump was securing the Republican nomination for the presidency. Here's Todd Blanchard, one of Trump's attorneys.
I will say that the timing of
trash, absurd, ridiculous sounds like Ben's feelings are getting in the way of facts. Yeah, of course. There has never been a moment where Ben actually gave a shit about facts. When he says facts over feelings, he's saying his feelings are more factual than real facts itself. And therefore, the real facts of the matter that don't correspond to his feelings are not facts at all. It's at the it's the underlying. It is basically the underpinning of every Republican argument.
Of this most recent grand jury, meaning the 2023 grand jury that ultimately indicted President Trump, kicked into action less than 2 months after President Trump announced he's running for re-election. And there are coincidences and then there's coincidences, and I don't think that that's just something that happened.
Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA who brought this case, had pledged back in 2021 that he was going to find some rationale for prosecuting Donald Trump. He said, quote, "I'm the candidate in the race that has the experience of Donald Trump. I was the chief deputy in the Attorney General's office. We sued the Trump administration over 100 times for the Muslim travel ban, for family separation at the border, for shenanigans with the census. So I know how to litigate with him. I also led the team that did the Trump Foundation case. So I'm ready to go wherever the facts take me and to inherit that case. I think it'd be hard to argue with the fact that'd be the most important, most high-profile case, and I've seen him up front and seen the lawlessness he could do." And he was then asked by a reporter, "You believe that should happen?" He said, "I believe we have to hold him accountable." Okay, he was pledging to do this in 2021, and then he did it. And then he did it. We'll get to more on this in just 1 second. First, from the start.
Dude, I can't be the only one who's like annoyed with how many ads Ben has. And not only because it's like ridiculous that he has so many ads to begin with, like that there are brands that are willing to work with him, but it's just in general, it's like I'm not gonna, obviously I'm doing ethical reacts across the board no matter what, because like I'm responding to pretty much every single thing that he says. This is fair use in general, so I can skip the ads. I don't really give a shit. But also, he has like an insane, every video is just like slap with a goddamn built-in ad to it. What is happening?
While this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law and doing so without fear or favor.
That's an extraordinary lie, an extraordinary lie. There's never been a case. It's a novel legal theory that was brought to court by Alvin Bragg specifically to get Donald Trump before the election. That's all this was. Everybody knows this. Independents know this. Democrats know this. When Democrats say that all they want is the law followed without fear or favor, it's weird how you're perfectly fine with James Comey letting Hillary Clinton off the hook for obvious criminal conduct in 2016.
Bro, Jim Comey literally is responsible more than anything else for Hillary Clinton losing the election. What are you chirping about, my boy?
With the excuse, well, she was running for president. We don't want election interference. And then it turns out that you're totally fine with Donald Trump being prosecuted for absolute trash of charges stemming from activities sexually back in the mid-2000s, and then from a hush money payment made in 2016. Meanwhile, you're apparently perfectly fine with the DOJ letting Joe Biden, the current president of the United States, off the hook, even though he clearly involved himself in criminal conduct in terms of mishandling classified material because he's a doddering old fool, who then goes out, by the way, and rips the prosecutor for mentioning that he's a
Every time he says doddering, he really thinks he has something there.
Doddering old fool, and in the process shows himself to be even more of a doddering old fool. You are totally fine, apparently, if you're a Democrat, with the DOJ originally trying to cut such an extraordinary sweetheart deal.
Why does he think doddering is like such a fucking burn? And Shapiro's the biggest dork ever.
Deal with the president's son that it was only scuttled when a judge looked at it and said, "What the hell is this?" That is the only reason that Hunter Biden is being brought up on charges now, is because a judge looked at the original sweetheart deal.
Seems a lot like he's talking about some irrelevant ass bullshit instead of keeping
100.
Keeping his focus on how this particular case is completely fraudulent. How odd. How odd of him to start talking about like, oh, well, the DOJ gave a sweetheart deal to Hunter Biden and also Hillary Clinton and all this other shit. Like, what's happening? Just talk about the issue. Talk about.
Literally my last challenge. EO 5000. Why is this the hardest challenge to take me so long? But after this, I am like caught up in XDEFIANT. And I'm still thinking whether I should grind in this game because there's plenty of weapons to level up, or Call of Duty, which there's stuff to grind there too. But I did just finish the weekly challenge, so there's just the battle pass I got to get through on that one. So it might be MWIII.
The issue, man, where is the letter of the law not being evenly applied? Where is it not being fair for Donald Trump? Because you can't turn around and be like, Your Honor, there's murderers around, which is what Donald Trump was saying. Ben is supposed to be this brilliant conservative mind, right?
Domination.
Ben Shapiro's
Number 6. There's always another war.
fake intellectual.
Cantina.
And his brain is mushy.
And as a brilliant conservative mind, he could just like very easily rip through the arguments that the prosecution made. Right now, he sounds exactly like...
I hate more than anything, like, rich people, like, especially like the children of rich people who, like, people only listen to them because they have money. Like, people like Ben Shapiro, his parents were successful. My parents weren't. My parents were fucking just working people and died earlier than they should. That's why I'm a nobody. Ben's is somebody that people listen to because his parents were fucking successful. Fuck you.
Like the whimpering fools that we heard outside of the court. Ben's argument is particularly laughable when he, along with every Republican pundit and every Republican running for office, are literally like, we should melt anyone who does crime and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. The logic is literally that Republicans who run on stopping crime, akin to Alvin Bragg running on prosecuting Trump-related crimes, shouldn't...
I'm sorry for getting so salty.
...not actually be doing what they campaign on. Everything you mentioned is not illegal, and if you want to compare sons, look at Don Jr. It's just... doesn't make any sense to me because, like I said, Don Jr. is not running for president. I mean, not Don Jr. Sorry, Hunter Biden is not running for president. So
Hunter Biden's not running for president either, but the right won't shut the fuck up about him either.
He's just like bringing up Hunter Biden is silly regardless. Okay. And not only that, but also in terms of Hillary Clinton's situation, the FBI cooked her campaign harder than any other circumstance when Jim Comey, a couple days before the election, came out with a second letter. An investigation that they concluded and found was no different than the prior investigation in any case. And I say this as someone who despises Hillary Clinton, okay? There's a reason why so many people... there is no reason why so many people love Jim Comey on the liberal side. But it is odd. It is odd that that Ben is not sticking to the actual facts if they are so easy to diminish, so easy to destroy. You can't just turn around and be like, well, what about all these other instances that are totally irrelevant to the subject matter?
Brought by Merrick Garland's DOJ and said this is so obviously corrupt that there's no way I can greenlight this prosecution deal. As far as the political obviousness of the situation, remember that one of the big prosecutors in this case was a person named Matthew Colangelo. The DNC paid Matthew Colangelo $12 grand in January 2018 for political consulting. He donated to Barack Obama's first presidential campaign in 2008. He was the third-ranking official at President Biden's Justice Department. He then joined Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's office in December 2022. And just a few months later, they launched this current investigation into Donald Trump. That indictment began in March 2023, so he moved from the Biden DOJ to Alvin Bragg's office. And 3 months later, the indictment...
It's crazy, bro. I can't believe prosecutors switch fucking... switch offices sometimes. They go from, like, DOJ back to, like a district attorney. That's wild. That's wild. Except none of this talks about Donald Trump's 34 different counts. Like, the funniest part about it is that this same smart, intelligent conservative assessment on this matter wouldn't just be that, like, to obviously point out how this is political, but to basically say that these charges, albeit true, are not all that significant. Trumped up, if you will. So I don't understand why he doesn't just stick to that and he has to be like, oh, guys, you don't understand. Brandon is a secret mastermind behind all of this.
It was brought against Donald Trump. And we're supposed to believe there was no coordination, that Joe Biden knew nothing about. This is just the workings of the gears of justice. That's all this is. Meanwhile, the judge, Merrick, obviously a partisan Democrat, he's donated small amounts before to the Biden presidential campaign in 2020, as well as to Act Blue, which is an activist group. His daughter is a Democratic activist as well. The reality is...
What does any of this... Bro, that's crazy.
We have the wind at our backs.
The judge's daughter is a Democratic Party activist? Okay, yeah. I guess he's, you know... He's not capable of being an adequate judge.
That she serves as president of Authentic Campaigns, a firm that does digital
The funniest part about this is that, like, there are plenty of Trump-appointed judges, some of which have ruled against Donald Trump. And it's like, even then, it's like, well, these judges are obviously biased. It's like, who's not biased? You just want someone who will say Trump is innocent. That's the only type of judge I want, okay? It could be an Obama judge. It could be a Biden judge. It could be a Donald Trump judge. And it's like, as long as they are literally sitting there and being like, well, I'm going to be honest, like, he is actually, he is actually guilty here, or we're going to continue with this investigation. Then I was like, whoa! Obviously, they're biased. Yeah, the only difference between what Ben Shapiro's saying here versus the average nutter that you saw outside of the courthouse with the microphone put on their face is that he seems better put together. He puts a professional face to the mania that has been demonstrated by both Donald Trump and all of his supporters and loyalists alike. There is no difference between this and Fox News. He's just less unhinged seeming. He's just nerdier. He puts a nerdier face on the exact same shit that you hear from Fox News.
Campaign work like online fundraising, and they work with Democratic political candidates. Not only that, she was apparently the director of digital persuasion for now Vice President Kamala Harris's 2020 presidential campaign, according to CNN.
Also, he's making it seem like the judge independently caused this case and manipulated the judge or something. That's not how the court system works. Obviously, this dump graduated from Harvard Law School, or did he go to UCLA Law and Harvard undergrad? I don't know. I don't care. He went to UCLA and Harvard. He knows that it was 12 jurors. It's not like the judge was like, you're guilty, sir. I've decided it, and that'll be the case. That's not how the American criminal justice system works. He knows that. Why is he not bringing that shit up?
So you have a partisan Democrat judge, a partisan hack prosecutor, and a set of charges that are just garbage. And the Wall Street Journal has likened this to a turducken of a case. I've heard other people, including my friend Megyn Kelly, refer to it as Russian nesting dolls. To understand the charges in this case, you have to understand that, effectively speaking, it is an onion of charges, and at the center, there is nothing.
Judge can overturn the jury, but yeah, did the judge do that?
That is all. You actually get to the end of the Russian nesting doll, or the end of the turducken, and it's just a vacuum of space. Let's be real about this. Alvin Bragg brought a misdemeanor charge of falsification of business records that is past the statute of limitations. The only way that he could spin that into a chargeable offense and extend the statute of limitations is to charge it as a felony. The problem is there is no underlying felony. So the underlying felony that he actually ended up charging was a federal felony. State prosecutors do not have jurisdiction to charge federal felonies. Unbelievably enough, the same exact Biden administration that is insisting that states cannot enforce federal law because of federalism have no problem with the Manhattan DA enforcing federal election finance law that has been already investigated, and Trump has not been indicted on anything election related. They apparently are fine with a state DA, a Manhattan DA, going after Donald Trump on a federal election charge. He has no jurisdiction over these issues, none. Andrew McCarthy, who's been writing about this for, obviously, since the initiation of this mess, he says that payments that were made to Karen McDougal, who is a person that Trump stooped and then paid hush money payments via David Pecker to, or Stormy Daniels, or to a bellman at his building, because there was some sort of false allegation that Donald Trump had fathered a child.
Is Ben on our doing that he did everything right and they convicted him? Yes, that is what he's doing. And yes, the charges weren't federal charges, and Ben knows that already, so it doesn't matter. Ultimately, Alvin Bragg charged Donald Trump with 34 counts of a New York State charge that is enumerated in a state statute. Further, if Trump truly didn't commit the felony charge that Ben is talking about, then the jury of his peers would not have found him guilty. Exactly. He's just mad about the rule of law. He's mad about law and order. Because right-wingers, and many people, like just reactionaries in general, only want law and order against their enemies, against they perceive as like doing wrong. So when someone that he likes, that he has literally personally campaigned for, remember, Ben Shapiro has done campaign fundraising events for Donald Trump this time around. I saw some people in the chat asking, like, wasn't Ben supposed to be a little bit more reasonable? Like, he was the reasonable, level-headed conservative that wasn't super pro-Trump? No. this election cycle, Ben Shapiro has done fundraising events for Donald Trump. Okay? So, no, he is not. He's never really impartial. He just reads the room and recognizes that Trump is the future of the Republican Party, whether he likes it or not, and is a loyal servant and a soldier for the Republican Party, and therefore he will literally do fundraising events for him. He's doing what is good for his career. Exactly.
Child out of wedlock, which wasn't true, but they made a payoff. In legalese, Senator McCarthy, these payments were legal consideration for entering into non-disclosure agreements. NDAs are common, lawful, a staple of civil law settlements. Alvin Bragg claims that the NDA payments were illegal because they were essentially campaign contributions that exceeded the federal dollar amount limits. There's a problem with this. NDAs, paying somebody for an NDA, which is common practice. It is
I love Ben trying to make this seem like this is a regular NDA for a staffer. Okay? It is not a regular NDA for a staffer. It is a hush money payment to a porn star that he had sex with, that he thought, whether it was correct or not, doesn't matter. He thought if the public knows about this, it might hurt my fucking chances of being elected president. That's it. At that point, it is no longer a regular NDA. Okay? If you personally murdered somebody and then tried to pay a fucking hush money payment to a victim, or not a victim, but a witness, that would still be illegal. Okay? And if you did it by way of your lawyer, paying a fucking and hit it as a retainer, it would still literally be under this exact same statute a crime. That's it. Now you might say this is fucking stupid. Okay? This is a fucking stupid thing to like care about this much. And to that, I agree. I don't think it's that big of a deal, right? Probably one of the unique part of this case is it's probably one of the only consensual instances where Donald Trump has had sex as far as we know. The NDA was literally written up by the National fucking Enquirer. What's he talking about? The National Enquirer literally brought Daniels and Cohen together to make the NDA. Not a single part of this would be allowed, which is precisely the reason why the 12 jurors actually said that it was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That Trump was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for 34 counts. Oh, this is stupid. I should be able to legally bribe witnesses to my crimes.
Settlement basically ends with an NDA. Every single legal settlement, from employment law to contract law, every single legal settlement ends with an NDA and money being paid. Whether it's hush money payments like this one, or again, whether it's in any other context. That doesn't make it an election contribution. Bradley Smith, who's the former FEC chairman, originally appointed to the FEC by Bill Clinton. He wrote, quote, a businessman candidate's intent to protect his public image before an election by settling a lawsuit or other potential legal claim, paying to have old divorce records sealed, settling up contested debts, none of which he has an obligation to pay before or after becoming a candidate, does not make these payments campaign expenditures. If it did, many more politicians than Trump would be in trouble. If the idea is that anything that affects an election is now a campaign expenditure, that would also have consequences the other way. You can literally label your gym workouts campaign expenditure, because obviously how you look has an impact on the campaign trail. The idea that anything that has any impact on the election now becomes an election-related expense is totally nuts and unprecedented in American law.
Okay, I don't think it works that way. I don't think it works in the opposite direction. And also beyond that, I do feel like a lot of politicians do play fast and loose with campaign expenditure in general, and you're just saying that the law should be applied evenly, which I'm on board with for the most part. Yeah, like I think that's great. If that's what you want, like, sure. I think it's, maybe I'm crazy, but I think it's ridiculous, like, that you could pay with campaign contributions someone hush money, regardless of what the situation was. It could be a porn star that you had sex with, or it could be any number of different things. Like I think that's a ridiculous way to use campaign funds. And if we would have the same level of smoke for others, I would be on board with that. Now, there have been instances where people have been prosecuted under similar situations, like we talked about earlier. The difference was they were able to prove in a court of law that it was actually for other reasons and not directly for their for potentially harming the election outcomes. Donald Trump, on the other hand, as a consequence of constantly doing crimes in the most open way possible and in the most corrupt and most incompetent way possible, could not do that. The reason why he couldn't do that is because he routinely would say, well, just pay her after the election, who cares? And then we won't have to pay her at all.
But effectively, the judge allowed Bragg to bring these illegal charges. Not only that, the judge then...
Yeah, that part is actually, like, the role reversal shit is usually a stupid argument, and in this case, it's like, it's not, we don't even need to do it, but it is pretty funny to think about, like, Joe Biden paying a porn star hush money and how Ben Shapiro would react if he was criminally convicted by a jury of his peers for paying a porn star hush money by way of his lawyer, who went to jail, by the way. But can you imagine that world where Ben Shapiro would be like, dude, what do you mean kill him? Like, execute him immediately. What are we talking about? Let's not just throw the book at him. Let's throw the book at him so hard that he dies. Like, what are we talking about here? It's not even a fucking, it's not even a point of contention.
Stack the trial by effectively allowing Alvin Bragg to argue that Trump had already been convicted of some violation of election law, even though he hadn't. So how exactly did he do that? Well, Michael Cohen was brought forward, Trump's former attorney and convicted perjurer. And
once again, Trump's former attorney and convicted perjurer, yes, he was lying for Donald Trump. Just like the other guy, Weiselberg, also was lying for Donald Trump. It seems like Donald Trump pays a lot of people to lie for him, and then they get caught. Now, the difference as to why he's not bringing Weiselberg into the conversation is because Weiselberg is pro-Trump. He was lying for Trump, and he wasn't then turning around and actually throwing Trump under the bus. So that's precisely the reason why he's not talking about Weiselberg, and he's bringing up that Michael Cohen is a convicted perjurer when talking about Michael Cohen. Why? Because Michael Cohen did do perjury and lied for Donald Trump, but then, of course, was a star witness against Donald Trump.
Cohen had already pled guilty to campaign crimes because he thought that was going to allow him to cut a deal with prosecutors to go after Trump.
Very interesting stuff overall. Ben is flailing, not doing a great job. Kind of shameful, really.
Although you did lose. Zone's ours now.
Right now, what we're seeing across the country at these universities, they claim is an anti-Israel gathering. However, it's not really. I mean, it kind of is. That's certainly a core tenet and a principal reason for why people are gathering. But if you take a look at the photos, if you take a look at what people are actually protesting for, it is, I don't know, vague communism.
Tim then argues that these demonstrators...
Wait, what? Vague communism? What are your demands? I don't know. Communism-ish, light. Jose just put out a new video, by the way, on Tim Pool. I just wanted to get to the Alex Stein part because I started watching it last night and completely didn't know Alex Stein had done this when it came to the student protesters, but it's very interesting.
Universities across the United States and around the world have seen some of the largest campus demonstrations in decades. Students have organized sit-ins, encampments, and other forms of protest to express their disapproval of the financial ties their schools have to Israel and ongoing American support for violence in Gaza that has killed countless Palestinians. Casualty figures are difficult to come by, but the last numbers recorded were 34,622 people killed and another 77,867 injured. Although coverage of these events has been less than reliable in traditional media sources, social media is being credited with getting some of the more shocking imagery and stories in front of students and other younger audiences, creating the outrage we're seeing on college campuses. The message from these demonstrators is quite clear, that they do not want their tuition dollars and their tax dollars going towards violence that many in that movement are calling a genocide. The reaction to these demonstrations in the mainstream media has not been great. Some outlets have gone so far to compare it to 1930s Europe.
What you just saw is 2024 in Los Angeles, harkening back to the 1930s in Europe, and I do not say that lightly.
While I'm more than happy to explain how terrible the mainstream media has been on all of this, I felt the urge to see what independent news commentators have been saying. In this case, I took a look at the coverage coming from Tim Pool. As someone who styles himself as a fierce defender of free speech, I thought it would be interesting to see how this supposed principle would hold up when it was coming from protesters on the left facing brutal police crackdowns. Let's set the stage with a look at a video that was uploaded on April 23rd titled, "Biden claims there are good people on both sides as leftists called to burn Tel Aviv and support Hamas." Pool's coverage in this video is focused on presenting Joe Biden as having some kind of flub for his comments defending both sides of the protest, but I'm not terribly concerned with Tim Pool's 1000th video going after Joe Biden on spurious grounds. I'm more interested in what he has to say about these student demonstrators specifically.
Even when we do criticize Israel or welcome others to criticize it, it's not enough. It's woke. It's wokeness.
A truly bizarre commentary where he seems to think that leftists and white nationalists, which he calls white identitarians, are interchangeable or something.
He does that frequently, by the way. He doesn't like to refer to Nazis as Nazis, or fascists as fascists, or white supremacists as white supremacists. He calls them identitarians. They identify with whiteness. That's what they do.
How partnering up.
If you are a white identitarian, anti-Israel, leftist, whatever, these people just don't like Jews.
Being a leftist does not mean hating all Jewish people. In fact, many Jewish people happen to be on the left and consider themselves leftists. But Tim's commentary on all of this isn't just lacking in nuance. It's a deliberate attempt to justify the worst commentary about the student demonstrators while trying to stretch that out to include the left more broadly. Before continuing, though, I have to stop for a moment to address something. There is an actual problem in leftist spaces where harsh criticisms of Israel is often used by people who are anti-Semitic as a cover. It certainly isn't a majority within leftist spaces, not by a long shot, but it is something we on the left do need to be on guard for, especially...
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, no two bigger natural enemies than, Nazis and lefties. And it is something that does need to be called out because there are accounts online that have tried to utilize, the post-October 7th genocide of Palestinians as an excuse to promote themselves and their not so thinly veiled anti-Semitism. Accounts like Stop Zionist Hate, obviously Infrared, Jackson Hinkle, they're very good examples of people who will say that they are anti-Zionists, but they are also most likely racist at the same time.
Since when it comes to criticizing Israel, especially in its treatment of the Palestinian people, it is certainly not anti-Semitic. And it's actually a very important part of the fight for human rights.
Potentially equating Judaism to Zionism. Dangerous.
While it would be nice to think that being a leftist would inoculate someone from being anti-Semitic or, for that matter, racist or misogynist or transphobic, that simply isn't the case. But importantly, we don't need people such as Dana Bash or Tim Pool to call this out for us, because these aren't genuine concerns over anti-Semitism. Rather, this is painting entire groups with a broad brush because of the actions of a few to delegitimize an entire movement. Let's go back to Tim Pool's commentary on the youth demonstrators. He needs his audience to believe these protesters are completely clueless.
22-year-old kid sitting in his dorm, 20-year-old kid playing video games, and his friends are like, hey, you want to go down to the camp? And they're like, oh yeah, what's going on? It's like people like camping on the lawn, like they're protesting. Oh, cool, let's go check it out. That's it. You see all these people standing around, and it's mostly because they're just like, oh, well, they show up.
Stand around.
Because they're media trained. That's why. They've had people talking to them saying, hey, there's going to be a lot of instigators who are going to show up that are going to try and provoke you. They're going to try and get you to say bad things, or they're going to try and get you to say something off cuff. Do not speak to them. We have meeting reps and people who are supposed to speak to the media. And most likely they won't even speak to the instigators, period.
You know, you can see some of these people have no idea what they're talking about, as I mentioned with that video. And then they're like, come on, help protect the encampment. It's like Burning Man. That's what they're doing.
The reason Tim doesn't show us his source for these claims is because it's against the YouTube terms of service to show your asshole on camera. This makes up the bulk of his commentary toward the demonstrators, that they are an unthinking mass of humanity. I did my best looking at several videos to find any kind of evidence to support this claim, but more often than not, he would simply make a statement like this and move on without providing any kind of evidence. The students being a clueless mass is also easily disprovable. It's almost trivial to find videos of demonstrators speaking to the reasons why they've shown up in the first place.
Simple. We don't want to trade in the blood of Palestinians, and that means divestment from all direct and indirect holdings that this university has, whether that be weapons manufacturing, companies that operate illegally in occupied territory, companies that produce information technology for the occupation army. Complete divestment.
Is a student movement being built all around the world, made up of millions of people who are refusing to be complicit in this genocide, with our government's total support for the genocide that is being carried out by the state of Israel.
There's thousands of other students who are just like me, but aren't able to graduate because their universities have been destroyed. They aren't able to celebrate because their families have been killed and murdered. And our university that we give our money to is complicit in that.
In contrast, Tim Pool instead chose to highlight this particular demonstrator.
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know what NYU's doing.
Is there something that NYU's doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're... You know what NYU's doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here? I wish I was more educated. I'm not either. I came from Columbia. I was there from Columbia, and we came down. They said NYU student.
So you didn't even show a clip of one of the people from that actual student protest? Did someone from a different school who came to lend support? Got him.
As we can clearly see, this is a student from Columbia who is not familiar with the specific demands being made at NYU. Rather, she's there to express solidarity with her fellow students. Tim twists this to mean something else.
Because they're not protesting anything.
I know.
It is the cause to latch onto, and bored college kids who are part of a cult come out and do this.
He's obviously lying about what's being said, but he'll endlessly repeat his characterization about what these demonstrators are all.
Also, like, when students are bored, you know, they might like smoke some weed or do some shit. They're not going to do it. I actively need to try and get my schools to divest right now from military industrial. It's usually not like the first thing that comes to mind.
Like, of course, this is one of the only times he'll actually show the demonstrators speaking in their own words. The rest of the time, he simply repeats his hypothesis, or he'll speak with examples like this from an entirely different protest.
And I remember I was filming, and there was some guy who was chanting, and he was going, Abi, David Astibadista. He had no idea what he was saying. And I immediately turned the camera and I was like, hey, what were you chanting? And he's like, oh, I'm chanting with the group. And I was like, yeah, what did you say? And he goes, oh, I just, He's marching with the group, trying to sound out what they're saying with having no idea what it was.
This anecdote doesn't even meet the very low bar of the video being misrepresented. This is a story we have no way of verifying that we're supposed to take on face value, right after Tim Pool has lied about a video of another protester. Why should we assume this story from a couple of years ago is remembered accurately, when he can't even tell us what was in a video he just saw a few moments ago? Rather than try to make an effort to understand the protesters, Tim has already decided what he thinks the protesters believe and is using that lens to interpret what's being said. And when he can't find a protester to say something vaguely similar to what he needs them to say, he'll just pull out one of these anecdotes, instead of doing something as simple as looking up other interviews protesters have done, or even doing something as simple as going to the Students for Justice in Palestine website to read some of their generic demands. At first, Tim Pool was just looking at these demonstrators in isolation as a group of thoughtless young people, vaguely connected to the left. But now he's starting to tie these demonstrations to previous left-wing ones of the past as some kind of giant communist threat. We see that in the April 29th video titled Far Leftists Attack Alex Stein and Ami Horowitz, mass arrests at Communist Gaza University protests.
Right now, what we're seeing across the country at these universities, they claim is an anti-Israel gathering. However, it's not really. I mean, it kind of is. That's certainly a core tenet and a principal reason for why people are gathering. But if you take a look at the photos, if you take a look at what people are actually protesting for, it is, I don't know, vague communism.
Tim then argues that these demonstrators...
Wait, what? Vague communism? What are your demands? I don't know, communism-ish, light.
Calling themselves anti-war can't possibly be so because some demonstrators supposedly attacked Alex Stein.
Alex Stein went down to UT Austin, and he was asking the people there. They said that they were LGBT for Palestine, things like this. And when he asked them, yes, but in Palestine, in Gaza, you go to prison or you could be killed for being gay. What did they do? They physically attacked him.
Tim Pool didn't show us the video because it looks like this.
Protesting for Palestine, but don't Palestinians throw gay people off roofs? Yeah, no, I'm just gonna hang out right here. Can anybody tell me about, do they do any pride parades?
So I wanted to see this because I haven't actually seen this clip that he uploaded. I think this is the one, Into the Blaze, right?
Hey, for Sacramento State, don't have.
Look at it. Bad bitches.
That's the Palestinian flag.
Oh, he's flicking me off. But this guy's kind of crazy. Do you have any comment? They're just like staring at me. You can just tell everybody.
Then it seems a lot more like he's doing Andy now. And it seems a lot more like he's just running up literally in people's faces with the camera. Being like, hey, what do you think about this?
He's like so heavily vaccinated.
As an example. Have you seen any assaults here in your culture? Are women allowed to speak?
Are you single?
Like, yeah, just what he was on the campus being a weirdo racist. Sounds like Alex Stein. Sounds the classic Alex Stein bit.
Outside Facebook group.
This space is already reserved.
Zone's ours now.
The enemy is taking zone A. They're like just standing in front of me. You guys are just trying to walk around.
We're taking zone B. Was a terror attack. What happened to all the people that got raped? Free Alex Stein. Free.
It seems like you're really taking all of those topics seriously. Both, you know, the October 7th attack, the idea of sexual assault itself, and then letting people know why they should be outraged. The journalism.
They're going after zone C. On a blip. Always eating shrimp. Every single day. If you're gay, you're not allowed to go to Palestine. Go to Palestine. You are a fucking puto. Hey, Mexican dude. You guys like Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh man, Alex, you can't even do racism good. Jesus Christ.
Have you ever had matzo ball soup?
Again, like failed comedians like Alex Stein, you wouldn't be able to make it at any other venue, right? You got to be doing fucking, you know, far right comedy on the ground. But yeah, I mean, if you took one look at this video, unlike what, you know, Tim Pool's demonstrating, you see the guy's just like a fucking massive dude.
October 7th. Oh, look, they're watching it. Look at the wall. Look at that. Get that. Hamas equals gay. Look, they hate the truth.
But again, like, what's your message here? Because initially you were like, hey, if you're gay, you go to Palestine, they'll kill you. And so it's ridiculous if you believe. By the way, I also think being gay is bad, unlike the people of Palestine. And so I'm going to say Hamas equals gay. Yeah. Gotcha.
I want gay to Palestine.
Look at this girl. She's acting crazy.
You're about to get arrested, buddy.
I don't know. I think the only person who seems incredibly unhinged this entire time is you. Just running around up to people with the camera in their face, being like, oh, you'll get murdered in Palestine. I'm going to make a bunch of jokes about sexual assault.
Dude, what are you going to do about it? You guys are all idiots. You guys are transgender. But you guys aren't even allowed to be in Palestine. I know.
Stein wasn't just there to ask questions. He showed up with 2 cameras in a deliberate attempt to antagonize the demonstrators. He's a provocateur, quite clearly, which I suspect is why Tim Pool doesn't show us this video. It's far more useful to say demonstrators are attacking people asking innocent questions, removing all the context where we see Stein acting like a complete jerk. And once this claim of violence is manufactured, Tim Pool is then able to free himself from those pesky principles he claims to have. The irony of the Stein stunt is that while he was trying to point out some kind of irony of LGBT people supporting Palestine, This is actually a demonstration of real principles in action. But even looking at the broader picture of the status of LGBT rights within Palestine and how people within that community might face hostility and persecution, that doesn't mean people within the LGBT community globally are okay with seeing Palestinians being slaughtered. As a quick aside though, there are LGBT people within Palestine who a group like this is obviously standing in solidarity with, so there is actually no irony in that case. For Tim Pool, rights seem to be a very reciprocal thing. They aren't some fundamental...
Oh yeah, of course, because honestly, the truth is right now, there are queer people in Palestine being murdered, and they're being murdered by Israel, because everyone is being murdered. Everyone's being murdered. Yeah, the bombs, these 2,000 bombs, are not very, let's just say, woke or discriminate. They're not deciding what to choose in terms of their targets based on whether or not they are protected groups in the United States. They're again, just slaughtering people.
The biggest rock, but rather only to be respected in others if they respect them in you. It's a very...
Everything is a transaction to libertarian. True.
Very convenient way to jettison your principles.
Lock them up. Send in the cops. Arrest them all. You may be saying, but Tim, you can't abandon the classically liberal principles of free speech. These protesters have every right. Don't care.
There are laws against...
Yeah, and like I already knew that, by the way. When Trump was in power, and there was always protests in opposition to the racism of the police. People were getting bagged and tagged, like people who were being arrested or detained or thrown into trucks by people who didn't have any identifiable markers or numbers, and they're like. You would think that's the kind of shit that Tim Pool would speak out against, right? Authoritarian state power, yeah, totally, this is my jam. But he was like, I always thought that like it would be the bad guys who were like, bagging and tagging people and throwing them in the trucks and stuff. But in this case, they're the good guys, so it's kind of awesome. And you're like, oh, okay, so you don't have any actual principles or beliefs. You just have a way you want the world to work, essentially.
Assault and other forms of violence. If Tim Pool thinks those should be applied, it should be sufficient to silence any particular demonstrator doing it. But the same entire side in the political debate should be silenced because some people within that group are violent is a dramatic overreaction, especially when the examples of violence he uses are so weak. Another one he brought up in his video was an incident involving Horowitz, which is very similar to the Alex Stein one, in that we see Horowitz being a jerk as he tries to rush into an encampment where he's clearly not welcome.
Okay, thank you, no viewers. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll be on in the morning. Love you.